High school team is really low.
Already. Already?
Huh? So you're gonna get to
Welcome everyone to the council meeting. Call the meeting to order. Please rise for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for invocation. Pastor Dirksen, welcome. How are you? Good.
Let's pray. Father, we just thank you for these faithful members who are serving our town and our businesses and our citizens, and we ask that you give them wisdom from you, from the Holy Spirit tonight, as we discuss things pertaining to that. And Father, we thank you for giving them that wisdom and the favor they need to make the right choices, and we thank you for it. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Dirksen. From True North congregation. Roll call, please, Bev.
Mayor Schlum?
Here.
Councilmember Cantino?
Here.
Vice Mayor Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Dickey?
Here.
Councilmember Elke?
Here.
Councilmember Hanson?
Here.
Councilmember Leger?
Here. Thank you, Bev. Item in the mayor's report is relates to the pin I'm wearing here from the Rotary about ending polio. Of course, one of the missions they've been working on for decades. We've got a proclamation to recognize that effort and some other items. Proclamation, World Polio Day, October 24th, 2010. Whereas Fountain Hills Rotary and Four Peaks Rotary Club World Polio Day, October 24th, 2010 is a positive initiative to create awareness and educate the citizens of Fountain Hills about the vital importance to eradicate polio worldwide. Rotary brings 105 years of history to this initiative. Its members are businesses, professional, and community leaders who provide humanitarian services, encourage high ethical standards, and help build goodwill and peace in the world. Fountain Hills Rotary and Fountain Hills and Four Peaks Rotary are two of 32,000 Rotary clubs located in more than 200 countries and geographical areas that initiate services projects to address today's challenges, including illiteracy, disease, hunger, poverty, lack of clean water, and environmental concerns. Whereas the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has awarded $355 million to Rotary International in the global effort to eradicate polio. $200 million is a challenge grant to Rotary. It is one of the largest challenge grants ever given by the Gates Foundation and the largest received by Rotary in its 105-year history. These funds will provide critical support to the polio eradication activities that is spearheaded by Rotary International and its partners. The World Health Organization, the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and UNICEF. Rotary will distribute the funds through grants to the World Health Organization and UNICEF. Whereas the Rotary Club of Fountain Hills initiative is one more community effort to invite the citizens of Fountain Hills to support Rotary goals. The world stands firm on this threshold of victory thanks to the achievements of the last 25 years. A polio-free world will be a Rotary ultimate gift to children everywhere. World Polio Day, October 24th, 2010 is one small step toward helping Rotary achieve its goals. So therefore, I, J.T. Schlum, Mayor of the Town of Fountain Hills, do proclaim World Polio Day, October 24th, 2010. Next, we get to thank some of our long-serving commissioners that are leaving the Planning and Zoning Commissioner. I know I believe three of the four are here tonight. So if you would, please, Jerry Caldwell, Sherry LaCrone, and Paul McDonald. And Gary, if you're here, come on forward. I'll meet you down here at the table and present you with a couple of certificates. So thank you for your service. Come on up here, Jerry. I'll let you say a word or two when we're done, too, if you wish. But Jerry Caldwell's been a long-standing commissioner in the planning and zoning. Just done a tremendous job in impacting this town. Has a real finger on what's important to the members of the community here, and has done a great job in reflecting that understanding and making some significant impacts into our community and making good recommendations to council. He's been a leader on P&Z for quite some time, serving with me and with Councilmember Brown in the past, and we're real thankful. Your term expired September 30th, and your service is most appreciated. You've been on the commission since 2002, so you've definitely put in your time, and we really appreciate it. During your tenure, you were elected as vice chair for a year and also presided as the acting chairman on numerous occasions. Your 8 years of service, Commissioner Caldwell provided community leadership and insight that was invaluable during project reviews and the decision-making process. We hereby thank Jerry Caldwell for his service to the town and present him with the Certificate of Appreciation. Well, since you're the representative of the planning and zoning folks leaving this evening, any words you'd like to say?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dennis Brown and others that I've served with. It's been a great 8 years, and I appreciate it, appreciate the opportunity to serve Fountain Hills. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. And I'll just mention the other folks that couldn't be here tonight. Paul McDonald served 2 terms as well, and very, very appreciative of Paul's service. Also, Sherry LaCrone served us for 4 years since 2006, and also Gary Goodell is now going to be leaving the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we thank them all for their service, and we have their deluxe certificates should they arrive anytime. But thank you. P&Z, a very important commission. Of course, all our commissions are important. P&Z receives all of the, typically all the plats and all the development information before council does, so they do a great yeoman's work in working with staff and having their meetings. They've done a great job. Here's to us having more plans and more permits coming through the town soon. All right. Next item is we get to hear from Ms. Alice Brovan. She's going to speak to us about the Fountain Hills Community Players and their role in our cultural life here in Fountain Hills. Thanks for Alice for coming forward.
My name is Alice Brovan. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you about the Fountain Hills Chamber Players. We are an instrumental chamber music group who perform an annual concert series in Fountain Hills at the Shepherd of the Hills Lutheran Church. We also perform at venues throughout Maricopa County. We just finished 2 performances for the Mayo Chamber Music Series in October. Our audiences are made up of Fountain Hills residents and residents from Scottsdale, I don't know if I'm using this correctly, Scottsdale, Mesa, and Phoenix. This is our 14th year as a resident group in Fountain Hills. All of our musicians are professional performers with a long list of impressive artistic credentials. Our collective group represents strings, woodwind instruments, and piano, and our concerts include repertoire that features a variety of instrumental combinations, including trios, quartets, and quintets. This year, the concert series includes 4 performances throughout the fall and winter months, all on Sundays at 3 p.m. The first concert is November 7th. I have a brochure for each of you with dates and details of all the programs. I am here today to ask you to come and hear our concerts so you will understand the contribution the Fountain Hills Chamber Players makes to the cultural life of this community. We are known and highly respected throughout the greater Phoenix musical community, and we would like to have the council members take pride in our presence in Fountain Hills. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice.
And I will leave this.
Great, yes. If you can just leave it there, we'll hand it down. Or actually right up there. Thank you, Alice. Looking forward to another great season. Next, we have a presentation by our Economic Development Administrator, Lori Gary, on the Customer Loyalty Program. Are we able to keep enough of those in print? Lori, those cards?
Barely.
Yeah, good.
Excuse me for just a minute. This is not calling up
Bet.
like I anticipated it, so.
Take a moment here to remind people, if you wish to speak on an item, make sure you get a speaker card in the back and bring it up to Ms. Bender here. We'll have call to the public after this item. That's where you can speak on about anything. But if you do have an item you wish to speak to that's on the agenda, it's probably best to speak during that item. You just indicate that on the speaker card.
Thank you, Mayor Schlum, Vice Mayor Brown, and members of the council. Again, my name is Lori Gary. I am the Economic Development Administrator for the town of Fountain Hills. And I'm here this evening to share with you and update you on information regarding the Customer Loyalty Program. But before I do that, I would like to recognize two members of the Town Center Group who are in the audience this evening. They are not only leaders within the Town Center Group, they're both co-chairing the Customer Loyalty Program on behalf of the Town Center Group. And that is Suzanne Nan with Sonoran Lifestyle Real Estate and Gail Oliphant with Gridley's of Fountain Hills. And I know that both Suzanne and Gail appreciate the support that you've given to this program. And I also know that Suzanne would like to say a few words after I'm done with my presentation. Again, the Customer Loyalty Program is a partnership between the Town of Fountain Hills and the Town Center Group. The purpose is to encourage shoppers to spend money locally here in Fountain Hills, as well as to reward shoppers who patronize businesses that are participating in the program. I just want to explain a little bit about how it works, not only for the town council, for the audience, but also for those who are watching at home. The loyalty cards are available at any participating business. We currently have 66 participating businesses within Fountain Hills. When a customer shops or goes into that business or store or patronizes that business or store, they get a stamp on the card for eligible visits. Now, each business determines what an eligible visit is. It may be that they need to go in and purchase something, or it may just be visiting the store, or, for example, a real estate company may be just coming in, visiting with them, and asking to be put on their mailing lists. And so when a shopper patronizes those businesses, they get a stamp on the card. When all 12 spaces on the cards are stamped, they leave it with the last business to stamp their card. The cards are then collected on a monthly basis, and they are put into a drawing. And the local businesses supply all those raffle prizes for the drawing, and those are valued between $25 and $50. Just a little bit of a history. This program kicked off in December of 2009, so we've had it available for 10 months now. There were 6 original participating businesses, and that is American Family Insurance, D. Harrison, CSI Printing, Fantastic Sam's, Gridley's of Fountain Hills, Sonoran Lifestyle Real Estate, and yes, even the town of Fountain Hills. The program actually was the brainchild of somebody with the Town Center Group. And again, 6 original businesses participating, but within 3 months after the kickoff, we had an additional 16 businesses join. We targeted 2 different groups when we were outreaching to talk about the Customer Loyalty Program. We targeted the business sector here in Fountain Hills, and we also targeted residents. The businesses we targeted because we wanted to get them to join the program. The more businesses that are within the program, the more opportunities that residents have to shop at those businesses, get their cards stamped, and then be entered into one of the drawings. So we did that in a variety of ways. We did that through direct mail. Quite frankly, the Town Center Group was very diligent and did a wonderful job actually outreaching on their own. They contacted businesses on a one-on-one basis. They talked about the program and signed up businesses. Also, the town is including brochures on the program in business license renewal. So as businesses within the town of Fountain Hills renew their business license and they're sent out in the mail, the brochure promoting the customer loyalty program is included in that mailing. We're also outreaching to the residents because we are encouraging residents to shop local. So we're doing that in a variety of ways. One is obviously through advertisements, and we've done that through a variety of advertisements within the Fountain Hills Times and also the Money Saver coupon. And that goes out 4 times a year, and it is sent to every household in the town of Fountain Hills. Also, the businesses themselves are promoting the program to residents and to shoppers. They have posters in their windows. They have flyers by their cash registers. They have brochures by their cash registers. So they're identified by the posters in their windows and the flyers inside their businesses. Also, the town is inserting the program brochures in dog license renewals. So if a resident renews their dog license by mail and we mail out the dog license, then a brochure on the program is also inserted in their dog license renewal. Today, we have 66 businesses participating. I have been doing some measuring, and strictly by using June 30th, just simply as the deadline date as our baseline, just simply because the town of Fountain Hills, the new fiscal year is July 1. So we wanted to show what sort of growth has happened since July 1. As you recall, I had just mentioned we had 6 businesses participating in December of 2009. Now we have 66 businesses. As of the end of June, we've had a 22% increase in those businesses who have wanted to participate. And what is most interesting to me is that we have had several businesses call both Suzanne and Gail and said, we've had customers come in to ask if we're part of the customer loyalty program, and we're not, and we want to know how to get signed up for it. And so we've had some increases in businesses joining just because shoppers are coming in and asking if they're part of the program. We have, as of June 30th, we had 38 filled loyalty cards in the drawing. As of 2 weeks ago, we had 87 filled cards. And I want to share with you, just this week, we picked up additional filled customer loyalty cards, an additional 31. So within a week and a half, since I've turned in this PowerPoint presentation, we've had additional 31 shoppers fill their cards and turn them in. Also, we had 11 residents that have been awarded prizes, and the Town Center Group just met on Tuesday and awarded 2 additional raffle prizes to 2 residents. The other thing I wanted to share with you is we have a special promotion that's been going on for 10 weeks, and we call that a Bigger is Better, Shop Local and Win Big. We're very blessed to have great businesses in this program who have donated large raffle prizes for this particular promotion. We have 8 businesses, and they have donated raffle prizes between valuing between $100 and $550. And the raffle prizes are actually going to be drawn on October 30th at the Halloween festivities downtown, and they're going to be drawing them at several different business locations on the avenue, and those are the 4 that are participating in the customer loyalty program. And they're going to be drawing at the Artist Galleries, Gridley's of Fountain Hills, Sonoran Lifestyle Real Estate, and Sammy Fine Jewelry are also going to be drawing the raffle prizes for these 8 large prizes. I guess here's what I'd like to leave with you and leave with the businesses and the residents in town. Residents, we would certainly encourage you to pick up a card and start shopping local, and turn in your filled loyalty cards before October 30th to get into the big drawing. And also businesses, we encourage you to become a part of the program. I think the program has been a success in the 10 months, and we look forward to continuing that and encouraging people to shop local in Fountain Hills. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, and if you, with your permission, I'd like to ask Suzanne Nan to come up to share with you some thoughts on the Town Center Group as well as the Customer Loyalty Program.
Great, thanks. Hey, Suzanne.
Thank you, Lori, very much. I'm Suzanne Nan with Sonoran Lifestyle Real Estate, and on behalf of Gail Oliphant from Gridley's of Fountain Hills, I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for your support with this program. We've had many of our businesses say that they truly have received more business because they're involved in this, and the growth of it really is very warming. Lori has been a tremendous force with her guidance and her great ideas, and we truly appreciate her input and her hard work, and you allowing her and, of course, the town of Fountain Hills to help. I want to just take a minute to talk about the 8 gifts and to mention to anyone who is working on the loyalty program, and I think we had 5 new customers for the loyalty program come into our office this week, but I just want to share what the big prizes are. They will start to be drawn at Sammy's. There'll be 2 drawn at Sammy's at 4 o'clock, just before the pet parade begins, which will be more exciting than we can hardly imagine. In fact, Halloween is going to be very exciting because we have the Artist Gallery is involved, Gridley's is involved, a number of other stores are involved, and Sonoran Lifestyle Real Estate has its famous Spider Village. So one of the first prizes will be drawn is Sammy's has graciously given an amethyst, Arizona amethyst basket with a value of $150. We have a beautiful framed print from Gridley's with a value of $350. Dee Harrison from American Family Insurance has donated a ladies' Molina watch valued at $550. Parkview Dentistry has donated a tooth whitening system with a value of $220. Donna at Fantastic Sam's, who was really the person who had this idea, because Fantastic Sam's does have a customer loyalty program too, and she does my hair. She does a great job. Anyway, color and cut and makeover with Donna at Fantastic Sam's, value of $120. Carpet cleaning from All Pro Carpet Cleaners, value $125. Cheryl's of Fountain Hills is giving a $100 gift certificate for anything in their store, and they have some beautiful things, and also a color, cut, and hairstyle from Broadway Salon and Barber Shop. That's $100. So hopefully, if anyone is listening and wants to bring their card in, we'll accept them as late as 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and you can bring them right to Gridley's. So thank you again, and all you folks out there that are excited about winning something, by all means, get your cards in. Thank you very
Good.
much.
Thanks, Suzanne. Thanks, Lori. Thanks, Gail, for working on it. Thanks to the Town Center Group for fostering that program along with others. It's all about shopping local and supporting the local businesses so that they can survive, particularly during difficult times, summer, down economies such as this. And of course, reminder, shopping local helps keep your community healthy. The sales tax dollars that are spent in other communities don't come to Fountain Hills. And then those dollars that are spent in other communities aren't spent at local businesses. And then those local businesses, many of our businesses here in Fountain Hills, if not 90+% of them, are owned by local people. And then, of course, dollars that come into their stores and businesses are spent here or benefit the local residents of Fountain Hills greater than those spent elsewhere. So thank you very much, Town Center Group. Now we'll move to, actually let me mention one other thing before we get to call the public. We've got, going into call to the public, wanted to mention we had a great visit by the mayor of Deerdorf, Germany this past week. Their flag is back there with the black, red, and gold. And the Deerdorf, our sister city of Deerdorf, Germany, their mayor Thomas Wiss was here with his high school English. He did very well, and he could speak pretty well with us. He came with his family. His older daughter couldn't make it. She was still in school, but a 17-year-old boy and his wife, and they were hosted very nicely here and given some great tours, and we were able to establish a relationship with with a relatively new mayor in Deerdorf. And it was just tremendous. They got some great community tours highlighting the entire town of Fountain Hills, and then they headed out to see the new bridge there over the Boulder Dam and the Grand Canyon, of course, and other places while you're here in the States in this part of the country. So that was a tremendous time with Mayor Thomas Wiss from Deerdorf, Germany. So, and the Sister Cities of Fountain Hills actually also hosted the State Sister Cities Convention right here in Fountain Hills during that same week. So lots of Sister Cities things. Of course, no surprise, they're the #1 Sister Cities organization in the world for a town of our size. So that was a lot of fun. Move on to call to the public. Any speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor, one speaker, Don Long.
All right. Mr. Long, come on forward and introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. My name's Don Long, and I'm superintendent with Chaparral City Water. Our parent company, American States Water Company and EPCOR, invite you to attend an informal informational meeting to learn more about EPCOR's proposed acquisition of Chaparral City Water Company. The meeting will be held next week, October 26th, from 4 to 8 p.m. in the Yavapai room of the Fountain Hills Community Center, an event center. We also put an ad in the newspaper in the Fountain Hills Times this week, and this meeting is open to all who have a question or anything for the proposed acquisition with EPCOR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, move on to the consent agenda. I'll look for a motion to approve as listed, items 1 through 5.
So moved. Second?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Dickey.
Aye.
Mayor Schlum.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Brown.
Aye.
Councilmember Elke.
Aye.
Councilmember Cantino.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson.
Aye.
Councilmember Leger.
Aye.
Mayor 7-0.
Great. If you reflect on that, the consent agenda items, you'll see some event applications, which are typical on there. Some more great events coming up here in Fountain Hills. Move on to the regular agenda, and which is the first item, number 6, consideration of special event liquor license application submitted by Tate Alke, representing the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 7507, for the purpose of a fundraising event, which is scheduled to be held on Friday and Saturday, November 12th and 13th, 2010, from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, November 14th, 2010, from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Mark, do we have anything on this item, or Rick, on this item for consideration? Any presentation on this item?
No presentation, Mayor and council members. It was just pulled from the consent agenda because of the applicant.
Good. There he is. There he is. Trouble. Anything you wish to add, Mr. or Councilman Elke?
Other than the fact that I'll be abstaining from this vote, of course.
Very good. All right. Any? Let me look or ask for a motion here on this item.
Mayor, I move to approve liquor license as presented.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone from the public on this item?
No, sir.
All right. Thanks. Any discussion? All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Mayor 6-0.
Thank you very much. And for items 7 and 8, we're going to move to, we're going to have one report on items 7 and 8. We will need separate motions on each item. First one, consideration of final replat Track C, Parcel B at Sunridge Canyon. There's a replat to subdivide the existing Track C into 2 Tracks D and Track E, Case S 2010-01, and then item 8 is consideration of Resolution 2010-03, accepting ownership of Track E of the final replat of Track C, Parcel B at Sunridge Canyon from the Sunridge Canyon Community Association, REA number 2007-1. Hey, Randy.
Mayor, Council, thank you. The town has historically, since the mid-'90s, accepted ownership of open space and drainage parcels for preservation and drainage uses upon the request of the property owner, and after rectification of any known problems. I would note that after this ownership transfer request, the town or the school district will own the entire length of our largest wash, Ashbrook Wash, from McDowell, Fort McDowell, to the northwest corner of the town and into McDowell Mountain Park. You see up here the proposed plat of this parcel. The parcel we're talking about is actually shown as Track C, which wraps on the southern part, the lower part, and then around on the eastern part, which will be Track D. It was platted in 1996, and it's currently owned by the Sunridge Canyon Community Association. We've had discussions with the Community Association since 2002, and they went away for a while, and they came back in 2008, and I gave them a letter that stipulations that staff would recommend to the council that be done, and they went ahead and did them all. And so we have inspected those and seen that they have satisfactorily completed those, and so staff will be recommending approval of the plat and of the ownership transfer. The town has now completed a satisfactory Phase 1 environmental assessment. The Homeowners Association has completed a satisfactory geotechnical evaluation as well as a satisfactory title report. And so we think the ducks are all in a row on this. It's been a long time coming. I would note that Cecil Yates, who's been the longtime treasurer of the Sunridge Canyon Community Association, and Amy Roberts, who's their property manager, are both in the audience tonight and would be able to answer any questions you have about the association. I have one more exhibit here, which is actually an aerial photograph of the property to be transferred. I think it may show it a little more clearly. The yellow part is the Tract E of the proposed plat that is proposed to be transferred to the town. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have also.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you very much. Do you have any speaker cards on this item?
No, sir.
All right. So let's first get a motion to approve final replat of Tract C of Parcel B, Sunridge Canyon, case S0-2010-01.
So moved. Second.
All right. Any discussion on this item? Just want to point out it's from Sierra Madre to Golden Eagle.
That's correct.
So it's quite a span, and there's a sidewalk in portion of it. Good. And okay, any discussion on item 7? Okay, yes, Councilmember Leger.
Thank you, Mayor. I know, Mayor, you and I had an opportunity to take a look at this area with Mr. Yates some time ago, and the sidewalk, there was a lot of erosion over the sidewalk, and I believe that was one of the stipulations in your letter. And there were a number of stipulations in the letter with respect to maintenance, so they have satisfactorily met all of the stipulations?
Mayor, Councilman, say yes, sir, and we did inspect that. They completed them last October, I believe it was.
Okay, so at this point, we're taking it over maintenance-free.
No property is maintenance-free, but I mean, it's without maintenance deficiencies.
Those deficiencies have been taken care of? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, good. Motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mayor, 7-0.
All right, item 8 is looking for a move to approve Resolution 2010-03, accepting ownership of Tract E of that replat.
So moved.
Second.
Any speaker cards on 8?
No, sir.
Any discussion? I think it's good. It's important that what Councilmember Leger had mentioned, that the town just doesn't take land back, even though, particularly if it needs some improvement, and the Sunridge Canyon addressed that. So we're able to consider this, and well, it sounds like we're going to accept this piece of land. So any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mayor, 7-0.
Thank you. All right, next item. Discussion number 9, a discussion of amending the Town of Fountain Hills Town Code Article 10-1 relating to solid waste regulations, and discussion of accepting the recommendation of the selection committee regarding the solid waste request for proposal. Again, this for discussion. Welcome, Rick.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. It's fairly unusual for me to stand before you and not sit up there, but sometimes there's a subject that rises to the level of importance, and enough work has been put into an initiative that's important enough for you to hear from me directly what I'm thinking about an initiative and whether I recommend it or I don't, and what, more importantly, what the rationale is for that decision. And so with that in mind and with those intentions clarified, I stand before you today and first of all want to express my appreciation to the elected officials, the numerous staff members and citizens that have expended their time, energy, and expertise in an endeavor to bring this important initiative for you here tonight. Indeed, discussions regarding trash hauling are rumored to have followed closely behind a corporation, but to be sure, they preceded my coming on board with the town. I and our staff recognize and appreciate that there exists those on both sides of the issue and who feel strongly about their positions. Others may be indifferent. Regardless, the town has gone to great lengths to ensure that the process associated with the development of this initiative was inclusive and transparent. The chronology included in my written recommendation lists the myriad meetings and discussions that precede our being here tonight. To be succinct, countless hours have been spent probing, debating, deliberating, planning, and listening. In my administrative role, it is my responsibility to ensure that our governing body receives the most comprehensive information possible with regard to the advantages and disadvantages of this initiative. I have indeed endeavored to do so. It is also my responsibility, after the myriad meetings and staff meetings, public meetings I've attended, and after the innumerable pages of data and information that I've turned relative to this initiative, and after the hundreds of discussions and exchanges I've enjoyed with citizens, officials, and colleagues in and out of the town, to offer my advice and recommendation to you this evening. It is therefore with no little amount of deliberation that I do indeed recommend implementation of this single trash hauler initiative. I base this recommendation upon 3 positive expected outcomes associated with implementation. And these are, first, the preservation of roadways, secondly, the elevation of quality of life, and third, the infusion of cash into our local economy. What I want to touch on first, briefly, is preservation of roads. There is little controversy that surrounds the premise that large trucks, such as trash hauling trucks, have an impact on our roadway system. Likewise, it's safe to assume that the more trucks you have, the greater the impact. In Fountain Hills, this is very true. I've meanwhile acquired some interesting study findings from across the country pertinent to the impacts of trash hauling on city roadway systems, and I've included references to these reports in my written report. First of all, it's apparent that trash hauling vehicles cause a disproportionate amount of wear and tear to streets. It's also fairly conclusive based on the studies that all of the studies have coalesced around a factor of 1,000 to describe the impact that trash haulers have on city streets, that 1,000 referring to passenger cars. Based on internal data, we also know 5 trash hauling entities currently serve Fountain Hills. We also know that these companies combined place 8 to 10 trucks in town daily. Consolidated hauling is expected to take that number to less than 2 per day, or an 80% reduction. Trash hauling is performed primarily 5 days of the week, and town annual expenditures for road maintenance and repairs average approximately $800,000. Our consideration of these facts and findings associated with national private sector and other governmental studies allows us to conclude that the current road impact of trash hauling on Fountain Hills is in the neighborhood of $92,000 annually. Next, we could just talk about quality of life, and when we talk about quality of life, we're really dealing with 4 primary factors. These are safety, noise, aesthetics, and air quality. The first 3 elements can be addressed succinctly. When every day is trash day, safety, noise, and aesthetics are directly impacted. Many of our streets, as you know, lack the necessary shoulders and walkways that allow pedestrians to easily evade oncoming traffic. This means that an encounter between a pedestrian or bicyclist is more likely with the more trucks on the road. Next, since every day is indeed garbage day, the noise associated with truck traffic is a constant. Finally, aesthetic quality of any given neighborhood is impacted by the reality that there is generally no day in which you cannot find at least one trash receptacle out on roadways. Perhaps the most impactful quality of life factor pertains to air quality, though. Fountain Hills already suffers from a geography and air currents that allow a significant amount of emissions into our community. In fact, the American Lung Association lists the Mesa-Scottsdale area as the #1 area in the nation for year-round particulate pollution. Again, based on a factor of 10 trucks per day and 50 per week, garbage trucks in Fountain Hills emit a whopping 286.36 metric tons of carbon annually. And this is based on an EPA formula. Fully implemented consolidation will reduce carbon emissions by 206.02 metric tons annually. Next, as we went along with our studies and deliberations, there were some economic impacts that also became obvious. First, staff has determined, based on interviews with haulers and citizens, as well as a review of current hauler pricing, that the average resident pays approximately $16 for monthly refuse service. Consolidation would bring that number to $11.44 monthly, a savings of nearly 30%. Multiplied by the number of homes in Fountain Hills that we estimate will be immediately able to benefit from this program, and we can arrive safely at a figure of about $500,000 in annual citizen savings. Next, as this initiative proposes participation in Recycle Bank, a program which incentivizes recycling and makes coupons, retail coupons, available to recyclers based on the amount recycled, there emerges yet another way for residents and ultimately our community to benefit economically. In fact, staff discussions with representatives of Recycle Bank have indicated that residents of Fountain Hills could expect from $5 to $7 a month in coupons that can be used in local stores. The benefits of Recycle Bank can be viewed in two ways. First, given a modest estimate of $5 per month in local coupons, this program could infuse our community, our business community, with as much as $600,000 annually. From another perspective, if a resident were to receive a $5 discount monthly to a local store, and by the way, that resident will be able to choose the store from which to get that coupon, the net monthly residential cost of refuse service could be lowered to $6.44. This report to the council, I need to clarify, is not intended to accomplish anything beyond simply providing the basis for why staff would support this recommendation to you. We thought it was important that you know what we think about it. We're the ones who have been sitting in the endless meetings, as you have, and had all the discussions on this subject, have done a fair amount, if not an extensive amount of research into this issue, and you needed to know what conclusion we've come to. We're always enthusiastic to carry out the will of the council, and it's, again, important that you just knew what we base our recommendation on. But again, this recommendation is based on outcomes, or what we like to call deliverables. What are the deliverables that we expect? Well, I think there's great reason to expect that through a consolidation of trash service, we're going to get safer and quieter streets. I think you're going to see cleaner streets. Also, street maintenance savings. A reduction in pollution, infusion of cash into local businesses, and last but certainly not least, in these times, it's very important for us to find any way to get more money into the pockets of our citizens. And to, again, that ultimately is going to benefit all businesses in Fountain Hills and our neighborhoods. So with that, what I'd like to do from this point is allow our environmental planner, Raymond Reese, to introduce some of the contractors and folks that would be associated with the implementation of this plan, answer any questions that you have. If you have any questions specific to the code amendment and to the contract, Andrew is here also to answer those questions. In fact, with the staff that we have here today, we feel like we probably can field most of your questions. Also, keep in mind that we're not asking for a decision tonight. We want you to be able to consider what you hear, what you see, what you've read, et cetera, and then we would bring this back to you on November the 4th. So with that, Raymond?
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to introduce the following folks from Republic Services, Johnny Perkins, which is the Director of Municipal Services for the Western Region. We have Ted Scholoff, he's the Division Manager. Kevin Flanagan, Operations Manager. Also with Recycle Bank, we have Axel New. And with Hudson Baylor, the material recovery facility is Danette Dunn. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, good. Thank you, Raymond. I think we'll go to speaker cards, see what the public has to add, and then that might also spur on some additional questions. I'm sure we already have plenty, but we can go to those cards, Bev. I would imagine we have one or two.
We have 13 cards,
All right.
but we have one card from a person by the name of Candace who did not want to speak, but she wanted the council to know that she was for recycling, curbside recycling. First speaker is Steve Jacobs.
Welcome, Mr. Jacobs, and all speakers, as is noted on the agenda back there. If it's repetitive, you might eliminate it, but we welcome you for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Steve Jacobs. My wife and I have lived in Fountain Hills, this wonderful town, for about 14 years. And I thought I was going to be maybe running over my 3-minute time limit, but fortunately for Mr. Davis, he covered almost everything I was going to say. So that's wonderful. But I did want to thank him for, and also for Mr. Burns from the Fountain Hills Times for this wonderful article that appeared in the paper. It really covered a lot of the points that I was going to make tonight, and I hope that everybody in the community has read that. I won't bother going through all of my notes. I believe in your packet you'll probably find a copy of my proposal, I guess I called it. And also you'll find attached to that a letter from a consulting engineer who gave a rather lengthy report on the damage to the streets that's caused by trash trucks. And as Mr. Davis pointed out, the town engineer has also substantiated that. Although the figure that he ran across was that one truck is equal to the equivalent of 2,100 cars on the wear. The only other thing I think I'd like to point out is that there is going to be an objection, obviously. And the one that I've heard through these last 10 years that I've been involved in this and thinking about it and talking about it to people is the quote, unquote, freedom of choice. And I'm not quite sure what that means, except that, I mean, we do have municipal water and sewer and other utilities, electricity, fire, police, and so forth. So I don't really think that that's really a very valid objection, unless someone is completely endeared to their garbage man or something. But I do thank you for considering this, and I did also want to thank Mr. Reese and for the other people who have worked very hard on putting this all together, and especially you, Mr. Davis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Dow.
Welcome, Sean.
Hello. Sean Dow, Golden Eagle, longtime resident, first-time talker. I've never been spoken in this room before.
Is that right?
That's right. Mr. Mayor, I have several problems with this amendment. Currently, right now, the town code says that trash haulers will pick up regular trash 2 times a week. They will also, or they can pick up trash 1 time a week and do recyclable 1 time a week. Essentially, what this amendment is doing is removing that ability for removing that 2 times a week, and that's one of the major problems that I have with this. I will, if you pass this amendment, I will only get regular garbage pickup 1 time a week. Okay, get recyclable pickup added to my route, so I'll have to move out 2 cans. But I live on a wash. I have to deal with javelinas on a regular basis. At least Once a week, I'm out cleaning up the garbage because it's in between that time of when my regular trash gets picked up. Now I'm going to have to wait through the weekend. Or I'm going to have to wait through the week, and the javelina's going to be knocking over my trash, or I have to bring in the smelly trash into my garbage, making my vehicle smell. It's a real problem. Second problem I have with this is by you choosing which company is going to be picking up our garbage, it eliminates my choice. Yes, he's absolutely right. But by you choosing, okay, I don't have the choice. If I have a bad trash pickup, they're not picking up my garbage, they're knocking over my cans, I can't go to someone else. If you eliminate it and go to one, those other garbage companies are going to have to, one, remove all the garbage cans. That's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars because they have to either recycle those cans or they have to destroy them. Okay? Let's talk about the layoffs that you're going to cause. These people live here. They work here in town. You're going to be shutting down 4 businesses that are here. Now, you say that you're going to be cutting down the traffic, but that's absolutely not true. Homeowners associations are still going to be getting their garbage pickup from these companies. Commercial companies are still going to be getting pickup from these companies. These garbage companies are still going to be coming here every single day of the week. Twice a week, each of those garbage companies, they're just going to be doing it less. They're not going to have their normal pickup. So they're going to have to lay off drivers. That's not good for what's happening right now. The free market system works. When government chooses who to do business with, they hurt the other businesses. So I would encourage you to vote no for this amendment. Let's keep it the way that it is, where we can all be happy little residents with our garbage pickup and who we choose to do business with. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Hugh Henry.
Welcome, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Hugh Henry. One item on your last agenda that I should mention to you, because I'm also shall we say, a recipient of it. Whenever anybody is on a wash in this community, the county will turn around and call it a zone that they can now tax. And now I pay an additional 5%. So in this last presentation, I think you'll find that all those people got a 5% increase on their property tax. It may not happen right away, but it certainly happened in my neighborhood because I back up to a wash. You may not be aware of that. Regarding item 9, I'm not in favor of it the way it currently is. I would like to have the current services that I currently have, and your proposal is not providing it the way I'm getting it now. I don't like the billing method, and I don't like 1 day a week pickup. I want 2 days a week pickup. I do my own recycling. I've been doing it for years. It's the benefit of other organizations, the cans that I give to them and everything else. So I just don't like it, and I think it should be reconsidered. And if you can't come up with a better program, leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nancy Ordowski.
Hello, my name is Nancy Ordowski. I've been a resident here at Fountain Hills for the last 12 years. I'm a capitalist. I believe in business and business enterprises having the opportunity to run their businesses. Some of the incentives mentioned in this particular program could be done by all of these companies if they want to enhance their business. Many of us signed up for a contract for 5 years or 10 years, whatever, at a reduced rate. When government gets involved in business, they screw it up. It costs us as taxpayers more money to operate and to run it.
All right.
We've got way too much big government already. We don't need to take it to the city level. Yes, we have water. Yes, we have our electricity all being managed by the government. That's all because these power lines and everything run through all of our underground, through our water system, or all the systems in the land. But the trash hauling system is a totally different thing. Recycling is important, but like the last gentleman just said, I can make my choices as to where I want to recycle. And if the city wants a recycling program, we had one just a little while ago, then charge us a little bit for that particular program and have it work like it was over in the library system for that 9 months. We can't take away these jobs from all of the companies that are already serviced here. I don't see that it's going to solve any problem with the amount of traffic on the roads. And excuse me, the noise, oh, pardon me, all of maybe 3 minutes a week I get to hear the garbage truck come around and pick up my trash. That is totally unacceptable as an excuse for putting on this particular program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Vanden Heuvel?
My name is Tony Vanden Heuvel. I've been a resident about 12 years. I actually have 2 garbage cans, and so I have a real problem. I pay actually less than twice the rate for a single garbage can, and I'm fortunate enough to live on a fairly large lot, and I do a lot of my own landscaping instead of contributing to unknown persons. I don't know how I would manage with only 1 pickup a week, let alone, 2 for 2 garbage cans. Just can't manage. And that's quite on top of recyclables. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderpool.
Peter Bordeaux?
Welcome, Peter.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, I've been a Fountain Hills resident for about 15, 16 years. I'm also a capitalist. And I think Sean said a lot of really great points, and I'm not going to repeat all of them, but I did want to underline a couple of things. In this climate, especially in these days, I think it's unwise to further the control of government, taking away freedom of choice. I mean, yeah, we have 1 water company, we have 1 electric company, and so on and so on. And I don't know about you guys, but I see how well that's going. All right? I have problems with the water company. I have nowhere else to go. And I have problems with the water company and the other sole providers. I just urge you to reconsider this.
Thank you, Peter.
Linda Bordeaux?
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor. It's also my first time speaking. I just have a couple of small points to make. The first thing that pricked my ears up was when the gentleman brought up their government studies that they had done. That immediately was a red flag to me. The way things have been going in Washington and any government studies that we've seen have been so skewed, I'm automatically skeptical of any calculations that they've come up with for carbon emissions or the like. As to $11 an hour, $11 a pickup, for how long? How long of a contract do they expect to have, and how long before that goes up? Don't get me wrong, I'm all for recycling. I think we need to do that. We need to protect our environment. But there's certainly other ways to do that than to have a one system, like everyone else has mentioned before me. I've also been the recipient of letting notes on top of my garbage can on the times I do 2 pickups a week. And we've been doing, house cleaning, things like that, throwing things out. And at one morning, I had the garbage can lid was ajar, at which point the, what is the name of the town patrol that goes around? Code enforcement left me a nice note saying, and a lid left ajar is a problem and could produce maggots. So if we're having all these people all over town who can't fit their garbage into one delivery, how much gas is he wasting driving around in paper notifying everyone that their cans are ajar? I mean, that's kind of a problem too. I question how much money they say it's going to, they say it's going, sorry, I'm nervous, how much money they say it's going to save us annually. And I thought the program sounded great to be used for businesses, but, is that program in place? What businesses have agreed to that? I don't see any evidence that anyone has. So, and given the fact that the gal who gave the first presentation about how well the customer card thing was going, which was impressive, I mean, even if we use those numbers, how many businesses would want to do it in town? So really, what is the actual savings? I'm sure there's something else I wanted to say, but I'm nervous. And I also want to state that I enjoyed everything Sean Dow had to say. I think he said it most eloquently, and I agree with him. And I urge the council not to go for this solution. If we want to do recycling, we can do that on our own much better. Oh, one more thing. The quality of life for myself has been improved on the occasion that I did hear the garbage truck coming up the street and realized, geez, I hadn't pushed mine down yet, so I made it in time. So that was actually fortunate for me on a few occasions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Barton.
Robert Schaefer.
Welcome, Mr. Shaver.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Schaefer. I'm actually the owner of Rubbish Solutions here in town, and I do have a local office in town, so we do support the local community. My main comment on this whole thing is the contract the way it's written right now. I heard Raymond introduce Republic Services, but no one else in the room, so I'm wondering, are there already... Is there progress being made with Republic Services already getting the contract? Because my comment is on the contract the way it was written. I know there was a lot of time spent on this, a lot of money was spent, a lot of hours invested, but based on the way this contract is written, nobody in this room could have bid on this contract. And I will refer to two items on this contract. Section 9.5 and 9.6, disposal facility and recycling facility. It states clearly that these facilities must be open 7 days a week between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. There is no facility around that offers that service. So based on that, I did not bid on it because of that reason. So I'm only commenting on the fact that any progress that's been made to select a hauler really has to be thrown out. It has to be rebid. So that's my comment on the bid.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Andy Bell.
Welcome, Ms. Bell.
Hello. Okay, I'm not new to this platform here. And thank you very much. And if I were a betting person, I would bet that probably you've had your mind made up prior to this call to the public. And I'd like to add a few things about, I agree with a great deal of what's been said, so I'm not going to reiterate. But I have an issue when government throws out statistics. The statistics of 92,000 for the road repair, it is unfounded. What are we going to do? Like you mentioned, Jay, when the developing of lots and subdivisions start, are we going to start having to calculate that our new road construction for all the haulers and cement trucks and everything going on? We've been a town for almost 40 years, and it happens. We just spent tens of thousands of dollars to repave the back of Colony Drive. Remember that back lane that was supposed to be a little bit and became a big bit? Okay, without boring you with a whole bunch of information, I personally don't trust what it's going to save us for road repairs. I would like the choice of 2 days a week. I would like to do recycle where I want to do recycle. And I would bet you've already made your minds up. So I'm going to leave now, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Linda Swaba.
My name is Linda Schwab. I'm president of the North Heights Property Owners Association. And as a board of directors for North Heights, we are in favor of the town having a one-source garbage solution. Without being redundant on all the wonderful things that Rick said this evening and my discussions with Raymond Reese, we thank you for all the time you've put into this. North Heights has a non-mandatory volunteer where we ask our residents to please go to a one-source garbage. It has been about 3/4 successful, and about 1/4 of our residents have the same feelings of those that are here this evening, and we respect that. But we have had wonderful success. Particularly, I can speak from personal experience with the compliments we have had from our residents that say exactly all these deliverables that have been mentioned this evening. Our streets are cleaner, everything is quieter, we feel safer, and we're here this evening to support you going to a one-source garbage solution. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Schwaba.
Stephen Hadley.
Mayor and town council members, I am also from the North Heights community. This is the sixth community I've lived in. This is the first community I've lived in that had multiple trash haulers. Most of them were either served by municipality or served by contractors with municipalities. What I've noticed on my street prior to us going to a single hauler is incredible amount of noise. 5 days a week, as many as 3 to 4 trucks a day. Sometimes the trucks will come on the street looking for a trash can. Drive up and down, don't see one and exit because they're not sure where they're supposed to pick up at. Multiple trash haulers, that's what they go for. But we've reduced our noise. The pollution has certainly been reduced. The streets are safer. And for me, overall, I just think it's a better experience, just the fact that I don't have to listen to so many trucks on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Jeffrey Cohen.
Hey, Mr. Cohen, welcome.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to address two things, first of all, that's up here. First of all, cleaner streets. With trash pickup 1 day a week, what's going to happen with any large family, there's no way that one trash can can fit it all. You're going to have 2, 3 trash cans out there to maintain a week. You've got to store those trash cans someplace. That's a major issue. The other issue I want to bring up is reduction in pollution. That's a great presentation you put on, Mr. Davis. The truth of the matter is Scottsdale and Mesa are what we call non-attainment areas for PM, which is it's pollution, okay? What the major issue is with the PM, and it's addressed with the EPA, it's dust. It has nothing to do with PM10 or PM2.5, and that's what comes from diesel engines, okay? So that right there is a farce, and you need to check on that. That's absolutely right. The other thing I want to point out, your math, you mentioned there'll be an 80% reduction in traffic, but you said you're going from 5 haulers down to 2. Is that correct? Am I correct in that, what I heard you say earlier?
We'll address what you're bringing up. Just continue if you will.
Okay, so it's actually a 60% reduction. Okay, I am a free market society. I believe in that, and I believe as members of, as a resident here, and you being council members and making decisions for this, I think you should all have an open mind. We've got Obamacare. We don't need trash care here in Fountain Hills. Okay. If it's going to get down to this, maybe it goes to a public vote, but that's my opinion. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
All right. That's it for speaker cards. Thank you very much. And we'll start with some questions from council and start wherever. Whoever has the quickest draw.
I'll start with something easy.
Councilmember Dickey.
Cart sizes, Andrew. I didn't see the that address the different and maybe I just missed it, but the part of the contract that dealt with the carts, I didn't see the choice thing there on the 2 different sizes, and maybe I just missed it. I wondered if you know where that is.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dickey, the cart sizes are in the exhibits 5 through 8, the pages that were submitted back by all the vendors. They're basically just 2 sizes of carts, the 95-gallon and the 65-gallon.
And, excuse me, Mayor, and it doesn't have to be stated that way in the contract when they're discussing delivering the carts to different homes? Because I guess I didn't see that part that actually said anything about choosing the size.
Well, the default size is going to be the 95.
Okay.
A resident gets a one-time change my size of can election if they want to. So if initially people want to have a smaller can and realize later on that they want a larger one, the contract requires that a change out once be done for free. After that point, if people go back and forth, I don't remember what the charge was, but it was nominal.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. I guess maybe a good spot to add in here is to ask Rick or Raymond or someone from staff or maybe Andrew to just redress what we're looking at here. We have discussion on 2 items, the town code and also the solid waste RFP. And the RFP would be good, I think, to outline a little bit again. We've obviously talked about it for, a number of months, but this meeting's going to have more attention and more eyeballs on it, and be a good opportunity to talk about the outline of the RFP to some extent, the garbage a week, recycling a week, the cost, some of those items, and then also folks obviously call the public, and I'm sure that we speak to around town have concerns about maybe needing another pickup or another type of service, and are those included? I think those might be some items to highlight if we could, and then it also might answer some of the questions or concerns that the public shared just a moment ago.
Mayor and Council, I can address some of those. The contract, as it's is stated now, will allow a citizen to have one trash pickup a week and one recycling per week. Residents will have the option of having sort of an a la carte, where if you want green waste, you can request a green waste cart for your pickup. There's also an additional cart that you can request for your home that will be picked up on the same day as the trash. They'll be picked up together. So you'll have two containers picked up one day, and then your recycling picked up another day.
And those are a la carte, so the individual customers would deal with the hauler and pay them directly for whatever a la carte increased service for those
Correct.
services you mentioned? Yeah.
Yes, this is just for the basic service. Everything else is a la carte.
And the basic service
Is one trash pickup and one recycling pickup per week.
Okay.
Mayor.
Good.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rauke?
I think it is important, as they say, the devil is in the details. And I do appreciate the presentation by the town manager, but what I didn't hear was what is exactly in the town code and what we're proposing to adopt here specifically. And I think for informational purposes, Mr. Reese, as you indicated, it's one trash pickup, one recycling per week. If a resident wanted an additional trash pickup a week, they would just be given an additional can for an additional cost, and that second can would be picked up once a week as well, correct?
Correct.
Same situation would apply if they wanted recycling twice a week. They would have to pay for an additional can, and that recycling can would be picked up once a week, correct?
I'm not sure that we addressed the second can for recycling. I don't know if we got that bit in there.
Well, let me ask you for the green waste being tree trimmings.
Correct.
Of a certain size that are a larger size than what's specifically stated in the code, and I think it talked about the diameter and the length. Couldn't be longer than 5 feet in length to go into your bin, and I think the diameter was maybe 24 inches or something along those
Correct.
lines.
Yes, something like that, yes.
Is it 12?
12.
12 inches, excuse me. So if you wanted a green bin, that could be picked up once a week, but that's an additional cost as well, correct?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, now, also in the town code, we talk about who this is going to apply to. It talks about residential service unit. Now, a residential service unit is basically, it's a home that has the ability to have one trash receptacle or one recycling receptacle at it, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so what we're excluding here are the apartments that have one single large bin, correct?
Correct.
Or condos that have a single large bin, correct?
Correct. Yeah, those are considered commercial accounts.
Okay, so those folks that live in apartments or condos that have a single large trash bin without recycling would be exempt from this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so those individuals that get the trash pickup, the individuals in a condos or apartments that have the single trash bin, they would be able to contract with whomever they wanted. Is that correct?
I believe how it is set out is that every unit that has a single cart for service is going to be in this contract.
When you say single cart, you're talking about one bin at one residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So again, going back to my example of the condo that has one large trash bin for everybody. One large dumpster, thank you.
Yeah, dumpster.
For clarity, thank you. So that has one dumpster. They're not going to be included in this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the other haulers, we have 5 haulers that I've heard in town right now. So theoretically, if we have, I don't know how many different condo associations or apartments that have a dumpster, we could theoretically still have 5 trash haulers that are coming into our town on a daily basis, correct?
We could, yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the the town code, and I think you've looked at the amendments, the proposed amendment, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, it provides for some criminal sanctions for noncompliance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that is currently not in our town code, is that correct?
Councilman Elke, our town code, I believe, states that all, unless otherwise stated, are criminal accounts.
Mr. Reese, I apologize. I should have probably directed that question to Mr. McGuire, so I apologize. I'll state the questions that are related to your knowledge and expertise. Now, as far as the recyclables are concerned, the way the town, again, residents under the proposed amendment or the proposed article would be required to rinse out and clean out their recyclables and put them in the bin, not in a plastic bag, essentially, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm monopolizing Mr. Reese. I'll relate to other council members that may have some questions based on what I had asked, and I would like to come back as well. I apologize.
You bet, no problem.
Just to that point, Mayor.
Councilmember Dickey?
The law says that, or the county says that you have to bag your garbage. I don't know about the recycling. Do you know about that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dickey, I don't believe that the Maricopa County Environmental Services Division has a provision relating to recyclables and how they're treated, but you are required under the county health code to bag any trash that goes into a trash can.
Mayor, it says all refuse, Maricopa County, all refuse prepared for collection must be bagged and securely tied. So I guess I'm not sure about the recycle part, but it is true about the regular solid waste. Thank you.
And that brings up kind of a point that was made by someone called the public, and also I've heard it a bunch of times about who's checking trash cans that are open and why do we do that. And could you explain what that's all about?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Back in, it was the mid-'90s, I don't know exactly which year, the town applied for and obtained a variance from Maricopa County Environmental Services Division to allow for the variance from the required 2 trash pickups per week to have vendors be able to provide 1 trash and 1 recycling. Unless you get that variance approved, you're not allowed to have a 1-in-1 collection system. So for about the past 15 years, it's been in place. In order to maintain that variance, you have to have an inspection system, and the inspection system has a minimum requirement of number of cans that you need to inspect on a periodic basis to ensure that your recycling cans are not containing solid waste instead. That requirement under the contract is being passed on to the vendor, and the provider is going to be taking over the town's responsibility for doing that inspection.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Hanson?
When I read through Rick's report, he made all these points and how this sounded really good, and so I felt rather optimistic when I finished reading that, and then I went on to read the amended code provision. And out of 15 pages in the code provision, 3 of the pages have to do with penalties. And it just, I got to the feeling that we're really expanding government. We're starting to do more than just have.
Thank you.
Than to just have, okay, we're going to have just a single trash hauler, and it's going to make our community better. But I would urge every resident to read this new Article 10.1 in the code and see how many provisions are being put in place that make it like we're going to be controlled where we put our trash can, how we put our trash in the cans, and it seems really heavy-handed. And for the sake of this discussion, I'd really like the council to have more time to get into this document and the provisions in this document, as well as just the decision as to whether or not we're going to have a single trash hauler.
Good. Councilmember, or
Definitely not. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, one of the things that we should explain about the code amendment and the reason why it's being presented tonight, why we gave it to you last week and presenting tonight just for discussion and no adoption until the next meeting, is just exactly for that purpose. The provisions in here, we want to be very careful to not make every violation of this provision criminal, because that's the default provision. In the town code, if you spit on the sidewalk today, because there's no specific violation for that, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. It's an extremely severe penalty related to the penalty, not really crime, the violation. This provision, the several pages here, is a code enforcement approach that starts with attempts to try and get compliance, followed up with civil sanctions that are followed up with criminal only if all of the things in front of them don't work. So I know it's a lot more regulation, but it really is intended to go the other direction, to make it more likely that we'll have enforcement that doesn't ever reach the criminal level. And so, it looks voluminous, but it certainly is not intended to be that way. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have about it. This program and the process is in place in other communities that do active code enforcement programs, and it works. Keep it in the notice of violation section more often than not, and that's the point of this. A couple of things that you'll notice in there that we've used sort of generic terms. Whenever we've come to who is responsible for enforcing it, we've made it the town manager or designee. That's done for two reasons. One, the town manager is your highest official. It's the person you have the most control over and the person that you have the most direct contact with. But two, and more importantly from our perspective, the codes sometimes lag the actual org chart and the names of things that we do. For many years we've had community development director or other terms used in our codes, and we try not to use those specific terms anymore, because if the term changes, if we change that position from a community development director to a planning director, now we have a code provision that doesn't make sense anymore. So we've tried to be more generic in that, knowing that the designee from the town manager is always going to be the person who is in the position that's suited for this. Just a couple of comments from the beginning.
Okay, so to speak to Councilmember Hanson's point, when you read through the code, it has all this extra language in it that are punishments, in essence, or steps to follow that get more significant. The reason that's being added is to soften so that it doesn't become a criminal offense right off the bat, an offense to the code.
So that we're not charging criminal misdemeanors for people breaking their trash cans. Yeah.
Is there another, I'm sure you thought of this, is there another way to work it so that we don't have a default to the misdemeanor to begin with, or is that?
Oh, absolutely. There are a number of different ways, and that's really why we wanted to have this gap in time between the two meetings for consideration, to make sure that we flush out all these issues. If it's the council's determination that you don't want to use the notice of violation process that comes before you even issue a civil citation, I'd be happy to do that. If you want to get to the point where you don't have a criminal penalty for the repeat offenses, we'll be happy to take that out. But tonight's purpose was to get that kind of impact, that kind of feedback from you, so that when we do bring it for adoption, it's in a form that you all can live with.
Okay. Councilor Hanson.
There's one provision in here that is actually saying that the contractor can be responsible for, if he sees a violation, to take a photo of the violation and the trash can and leave a citation or something on the can. So, I mean, we're almost turning our contractor into a trash Gestapo as well. It just really hit me that there were so many things in here as to, and you will do this way, and this way, and this way, and it really bothered me. So, and then at the very end, of course, when it explains that, yes, you can only have one recycle and one regular trash, and if you do want to have an additional trash pickup so that you could have 2 a week, that they would have to be done on the same day. So you'd be paying for an extra can, but the pickups would be on the same day. So, that means you would, in essence, be storing 3 trash cans in your garage. And I don't know how many people have room for 3 trash cans.
And so as far as the town code piece, and we'll have to obviously come back to that because there's a number of things to address, but if you want to think through how we might address some of the items, and then we can get some additional clarification, make sure we don't miss any of those items that Councilmember Hanson and others are going to bring up. Councilmember Dickey.
To that point, Mayor, the Title 49765, which is about local regulation of solid waste collection, I was wondering, Andrew, when we do come, when we're talking about this or considering this over the next couple of weeks, if you could give me an idea of that. Does that provision make for some sort of, because it says ordinances that have to be equal to or more stringent than the provisions of the state law. So what is that, basically? And so they're saying we have to reach a minimum of what state law is, and then we could be more stringent. So just when you have a chance to look through that, I'd appreciate you letting us know what that is, too. Just kind of what exists now, because that was kind of the idea, and this kind of goes into what Cassie was saying, too, about having only one regular trash, and that made me wonder, well, are we required now to bag trash? And we are. It just, whether we're doing it or not, I don't know, but that is in existence. That's not something new that we're saying because of this.
Councilmember Rauke.
Thank you. So some of the other concerns that I have, and Councilmember Hanson touched on some of those, but one of which, and I do understand Mr. McGuire's point that this is subject to change, consideration, that sort of thing, but even if this council doesn't adopt it or adjusts the code and adopts something else and goes to the single hauler, that doesn't preclude future councils from adopting similar stringent codes that are being proposed right now. One of the things that concern me, and before I forget, I want to commend the residents from North Heights that came up and spoke. I do appreciate you coming out, as I do appreciate everybody coming out and speaking this evening. But I want to commend you for taking it upon yourself to contract with a single hauler. And I think that that's what our residents should be doing. If you have an issue where you have multiple, you and your neighbors have 5 different haulers on your street, you should take it upon yourself to go to your neighbor's home, talk to them and say, hey, would you like to negotiate as a whole, as the HOAs do, the Fire Rock and Eagle Mountain do, and say, would you like to negotiate as a whole so we can reduce the trucks on our street and also have a better cost, not look to the town to do it for you. But one of the things or a couple of things that concerned me in this proposed code was that it would allow for the director in their sole discretion to decide whether or not your residence needs an additional trash receptacle. Say perhaps you're filling up your trash and it's overflowing and you need a second one, but you haven't taken it upon yourself to do it. This would require, in the director's discretion, which is Mr. Mood, to order that you have another trash bin and pay for that cost as well. Now, some of the things that Mr. McGuire pointed out as far as the code is concerned, the process would be this. Code enforcement decides that you have some type of violation. They'll send you a notice. You don't necessarily have to have received the notice. It provides failure of the responsible party to receive the notice of violation shall not preclude the subsequent issuance of a civil citation. The notice I would probably characterize as a warning. Fix this problem. You have a certain amount of time to do it. If you don't fix it within the time period specified, then a civil citation may be issued. Now, that citation, you have 2 options. You can either pay it, which is $500, which our judge does not have the discretion to waive or reduce, based on the code, the way that it's written, of course, subject to adjustment. Or I presume you could ask for a hearing and have a hearing on the particular issue. Now, if in the course of 24 months you accumulate more than 3 of these violations or violations of the code, it could be filed as a criminal charge, a Class 1 misdemeanor, as Mr. McGuire pointed out, that does carry penalties, and of course, it's a criminal offense, maximum possible penalty being 6 months in jail and a $2,500 fine. So those are things that, as I said earlier, the devil's in the details, and that's where Councilmember Hanson encouraged everyone to read what has been proposed here and understand what you're getting. I don't think you'll find anybody on this dais that doesn't agree that a better, cleaner, safer environment is something that we all strive for. And if we can save some money while doing it as well, I think that's a good idea too. But I think even in spite of all the money that's been spent on this it's flawed, and there's a lot of will be a number of unintended consequences. Thank you.
Councilmember Leger.
I had a few questions, and I'd like to address some of the concerns that were raised by residents this evening, and I'll do that in just a minute. But prior to that, I'd like to kind of clarify our process. It was my understanding that we have a draft ordinance before us and a contract that is subject to continued negotiation. I had an opportunity to review both of them throughout the week, as all council members have, and I've made very specific recommendations in changes to things that I thought were not appropriate from my perspective and from feedback I've received from my constituents. So as a matter of process tonight, I'd like to recommend to my peer council members, if there's something on here that you disagree with, that you make a specific recommendation and we consider changing the ordinance from the draft and/or changing the contract. It's my understanding that's why we're here this evening. Now, with that being said, Mr. Schaefer made a comment this evening. Thank you for being here, sir. And I'd like to, it concerns me, what he said concerns me, and I'd like to defer to our town attorney. I wasn't quite following his argument, however, it did catch my attention. He had mentioned that based on one of the criteria in the RFP that was unattainable, just to cut to the chase, that the RFP should be null and void and it's inappropriate as was written and was put on the marketplace. Andrew, could you address that, please?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Leger, yes, the issue was raised with us during the RFP process, and we made it clear to all the vendors that if their provision is impossible to be met, it's something we're obviously going to discuss with everyone who puts in a proposal or comes to the council and asks to be considered. We weren't considering it the kind of item that should scuttle an entire process. The addendums that were issued addressed a number of different things that came out during the RFP process. The contract currently, as it is in front of you, has clearly been amended to allow for the collection days and the days that the facilities are open to match up with what facilities are open in the Valley area, especially those facilities that are being utilized by the vendors proposing here. So I don't agree with this position. I believe that there were ample opportunities for those things to be addressed during the RFP process, and they were addressed.
Not this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. I just have a few more questions I'd like to ask related to questions that were posed by residents this evening. You've addressed Mr. Schaefer's. I still need to digest your comments in that regard. I heard this evening a concern about not being happy with a hauler. We've all perhaps experienced that. So for me, that goes to the notion of performance. And either Andrew or Raymond, in the current contract that's proposed, I'm not sure how many residents have had an opportunity to read it that are here this evening, are there any clauses in there that address performance? And if so, who is held accountable for performing, and are there standards of performance, and are there consequences for the chosen vendor if performance standards are not met? Andrew?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Leger, there are two different types of ways that performance are addressed in the agreement. One is a process and a requirement for customer service, and having people available to address customer service issues. The second one, though, is the one that I think is more important to ensuring that the service gets done right, and it's a very extensive set of provisions in Section 18 that relate to liquidated damages for failure to perform any number of different things. And I think we've covered just about everything that they could fail to do, and they all contain monetary penalties that are fairly severe in some cases. All of those provisions are the ones that I believe are the most important to the contractor performing its end of the deal and ensuring that all the services are provided as expected.
Thank you. There was another, something mentioned this evening, and I forgot who mentioned, a citizen mentioned, the notion about you would still have trucks moving into HOAs in addition to the single trash hauler, it's my understanding that there's no distinction between HOAs and non-HOAs. Is that correct? I mean, if we go with the single trash hauler will be responsible for all residents, including HOAs and even those in gated communities. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Leger, that is correct, with the one caveat that there has been a lot of discussion with HOAs and others regarding contracts that are currently in place, and as a method to try and have as minimal disruption as possible to those contracts, the code amendment is set out to provide that anyone wishing to be exempt or to have a later date that they're going to come on board, not really exempt, it's just a later date, needs to present their contracts to the town manager prior to a certain date, and then a phase-in schedule will be created for all those people so that they phase in at a later date. But the date is no later than 2 years after everybody else is in. So it's if there's a contract existing out there, this was an accommodation to try and help that. But it was also attempting to make sure that it didn't go on too long, that we would have separate vendors out there.
So in essence, if we move in this direction, there would be a rather long transition period until contracts expired, so forth and so on. So it would be a while before we would realize the theoretical savings that were put before us this evening.
It depends, because we don't know right now how many of those contracts have been extended and how many are going to come in. I know that Raymond's worked extensively with the HOAs and can tell you how many are under contract with one vendor or another. We do know that right now the low bidder has the contract for all of Eagle Mountain, so clearly we have a pretty easy transition for that whole community. But other than that, we're leaving it in the hands of the individual homeowners and HOAs to establish those contracts with us, knowing that the ultimate deadline will be 2 years following the implementation date.
And thank you, Mayor. I just have a few more questions. I'll just go ahead and then I'll kind of defer. There was a comment mentioned this evening regarding cost, and that's dear and near to many residents, particularly during our troubled economic times. As a matter of fact, perhaps most of the emails I've received or comments over the course of 2 years, and we have been discussing this for over 2 years specifically. And for those of you that might be new to this discussion, this dialogue began in 2004 during the Strategic Planning Initiative, where an overwhelming amount of citizens in that citizen-driven initiative asked us to take a look at that. That's kind of what jump-started this whole process, just as a matter of background. There was a concern about costs. This is something that's been raised to me a number of times, particularly if you take the bidding process, the free market out of it, costs are going to skyrocket. Is there a provision in this contract for rate adjustments? And if so, is there a formula for that, and what would that look like?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Leger, there is a formula for rate adjustments. The cap on the rate adjustments is 5% per year. So if the formula results in something more than 5%, it wouldn't go up any more than that. Right now, applied to the current formula, that means that after the first year, and I think it's actually after the third year.
2014.
After the third year of the contract, we get 3 years at the same rate, and after the third year, it could go up at most 5% of the current rate, which was $11.44.
It's current rate.
Yeah.
And what's that increase based on?
It's based on the Consumer Price Index and a number of other formula-driven things in the contract. It's the formula, when you see it in the contract, looks fairly complicated, but it's not. It's just a way to have a set means for adjustment that everybody can see ahead of time, so that there isn't any kind of negotiation during the contract.
So the ceiling is 5%. It's my understanding it's based on Consumer Price Index. 85% of the formula is Consumer Price Index. 15% of it would be on diesel fuel. And it's capped out at 5%. Currently in the free market, which I respect and we operate within, I've lived in Fountain Hills for 20 years. I've gone back and forth between haulers, like many of you have, and initially got a gangbuster price, but in the free marketplace right now, I went back and looked at my service over the last 5 years, and in the free marketplace, I'm realizing increases of 7-8%. In the free marketplace, my cost of service has gone up close to 20%. So I think that's how I'm looking at how fair this formula may or may not be. One last question. I heard someone this evening mention, I wasn't sure who it was, my apologies, that we would continue to have, I think it may have been Jeff, we may continue to have 2 haulers. We're going for a single trash hauler, is that correct?
Mayor, Councilman Leger, we will be going to a 1 hauler if it's approved.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for answering the questions, Andrew. Yes?
One quick clarification on the CPI adjustment. Keep in mind that CPI adjustment doesn't always go up. In the past 2 years now, we've had flat and then decline, which caught a lot of people off guard because the CPI has always been a fairly reliable method for calculating small incremental increases, and you generally cap it if you're worried the CPI is going to go up too much. But in this last couple of years, it's gone down. So under the current formula, we would have had 0 increase even under the contract formula. The 15% fuel probably would have had a bump because we've had a bump in that, but that means that 15% of the increase could only be attributable to fuel. If the CPI went down, the number could actually be nominal, if anything at all.
Just before we leave the pricing part, because that is a big point, should we move forward here, is 1144 for obviously the minimal recycling and trash, and 5%, but not until 2014. I think it's mid-year, June I thought it was, or July. So that price is fixed in essence until that time, and then 5% maximum. Say inflation carbs kicking in and you're back up at 5%, that would mean about 60 cents a year. I would assume 1140, 10% be $1, so 60 some cents, right? Roughly 55. Okay, check your math. Andrew's not our mathematician.
No,
Where's
I'm
Julie?
Julie.
I'm just kidding. But I think it's a big deal because that is something we have a lot of feedback from. When you have a single hauler, you're not competing with one another until the contract reopens up, and then there's that concern of price. Councilmember Contino.
Thank you, Mayor. I think tonight we hassled over a lot of stuff, but let me come up and say to the people on this dais, we're just talking garbage. Garbage. We get so upset. We got an RFP. Do we know how much our RFP costs us to do this tonight? How much did the town get charged for an RFP?
Good question. We can ask them. Might be able to get an idea on that.
And I think that we're talking about, like, we're going to have garbage police. We're going to have to enforce it. We're going to be criminals. Is this Fountain Hills? Is this capitalism or is this socialism? We're getting into these areas where we shouldn't get into. It's garbage. Does anybody know the definition of garbage? We're just going overboard. My current provider is $11.50 a month in my HOA. He picks up twice a week. There's no problems. He comes in at 7 in the morning, boom, got it, gone. Now we're talking policing garbage. We're talking ordinance for garbage. We're talking something that would be maybe in Russia, but not in America. Did we lose our minds? I sit back and I look at this thing and I say, who's going to handle the customer complaints? Going to be the garbage people, or is it going to be the code enforcement? And how are they going to argue between themselves? Who's going to decide it? Do we have to go before a judge? We're talking garbage. And is the town going to be making money off this, or is this going to be something that's going to happen? What's going to happen down the road that we're going to have this, and how much are we going to do, and we're going to be forced into something that is not a free enterprise. It's called socialism. We're not looking at the whole picture. This is Fountain Hills. I've been here 30, going on 31 years. I have never seen anything like this till tonight. And I think we ought to be ashamed of ourselves that we're coming to this. This is ridiculous. This is not a free enterprise system. I'm a businessman. How many on this dais are business people that have businesses to spend out hundreds of thousands of dollars to stock inventory and to pay for it and don't have to worry about it? I do. I appreciate my garbage people that come along and take care of my dumpsters behind my business. But this is not that. Half the people in government don't work. And I think what we got to do is address this, and I think we need this whole thing revamped, because this is not Fountain Hills. This is something totally different than Fountain Hills. And I sit back and I look at this whole thing, and I'm just really upset. I think we ought to just table this thing for a while, because this is not Fountain Hills. And I think we all in this dais should be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Contino. The process that this has gone through has been a respectful one, and I think it's disingenuous to assume that anyone up here is looking at doing anything that's outside of the character of Fountain Hills, or if we are to change anything, that's why we're here talking about it. So I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of, and I think that certainly flies in the face of a lot of people that have done some good work trying to do what they think would improve the quality of life here in Fountain Hills. So I don't quite agree with what you've said, but I do understand the, I think I understand the position of many of the folks who came here and called to the public as well, or with a speaker card, because it is an interesting time we live in. But I think we do need to realize we're here in Fountain Hills. Decisions we make, codes that might be adopted or not, are our decision, your decision, all of our council members' decisions. We get great feedback from the public that catch items that we need to consider. So we're very fortunate in that respect. Nothing happens here unless it's discussed here in the open, and we take a process, particularly on things like this, that are very slow, very deliberate, so that we make sure if we make a decision that's significant that it's a good one. There's always going to be unintended consequences you may need to readjust or address, or things you just didn't figure out, but you need to do your best to understand what those risks are as well. But I think just in general, the fear and the allegations of us being ashamed and that sort of thing, I don't buy that whatsoever. I think this has been a great process, and we'll come up with the right decision for our town, but I just wanted to give you some feedback on that. And there are a lot of good reasons to consider this. There are some reasons to consider not doing it. So that's why we're here tonight, and just to try to keep things calm and as respectful, and to keep it with the character of Fountain Hills. I think it's best we don't call names and respect one another, and not put down those that might have put in some good efforts on our direction, staff in particular, from those efforts that we've directed them towards. Councilmember Contino.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm degrading anybody. What's done is done. We've put a lot of work into it and a lot of thought, but we're talking garbage. And the thing we're talking tonight is haulers along with it. Yeah. But I sit back and say that we ought to sit back and think about the whole situation in general. And I'm not condemning anybody. I'm just saying it's garbage.
Appreciate it. And it sounded like you're condemning. That's why I wanted to state that. But we will discuss this as much as we
can. I would like to know the cost of the RFP if we could find that out.
We could probably get you there. Councilmember Dickey. So.
Mayor, thank you. And also, I feel it's been respectful and very process-oriented, and in my opinion, really business-oriented. We, part of what we started out was looking at our bills from the past, and I looked at mine from '06, and I had one regular, one recycle was $17.50 a month. So even though the average in the city, in the town, is about 16 or so, and $11.50 is a good deal probably for, a vast majority of people, that's one way of looking at it. The other way is our responsibility as, for the roads. And if people want to, not believe every single statistic, that's your prerogative, but I think you have to, use common sense to know that having this many more trucks on the road, whether it's 2,100 cars or 1,000 cars, it's still a lot. And, maybe on like Fountain Hills Boulevard or Saguaro Boulevard, where some of these are bigger roads, but neighborhood roads aren't meant for that and all the turning. And so again, if you don't like the number, that's okay, but common sense tells you that really it will save us. If we're going to go down the road of maybe looking at bonds and things that we've been talking about for roads, I think we do have a responsibility to look at a way to mitigate that the best that we can. I have a question about the trucks because of what one of the folks said about that we still have so many trucks coming in for the dumpsters. Now, in my opinion or my understanding is that when we look at how much we think we might save or how many less trucks are on the road, we were doing apples to apples. And maybe somebody from Ally could tell me, but aren't the trucks different that collect from the dumpsters? So aren't we saying, even though those are still going to be having to come in, aren't they coming in now? And does that really, were we doing apples to apples when we were saying how many less trucks we were going to get?
I think I'd like to call up the hauler and maybe the folks who are recycling and the other folks that are here in a few minutes just to give us some feedback based on what they've heard that they can speak to, in their business, and perhaps answer some more questions from the hauler perspective, from the recycling perspective, and also the recycling.
Mr. Mayor, a quick comment on the commercial haulers. Up until it was either this legislative session or the previous one, a community the size of Fountain Hills could limit the number of commercial haulers coming into the community, but that's not available anymore. The 60,000 population exemption is now gone, so the reasonable number, the presumed reasonable number of, I think, 5 haulers is what was in the previous statute, is gone. So the commercial hauling is wide open.
But, excuse me, but Mayor, I thought that our population was one of the ones that we were exempt.
We were until the statute was amended.
Okay, but that still is fine because that's going to be what it is, whatever. But is it a different truck, or were the people coming in doing the commercial dumpsters? Are we not eliminating a lot of trucks? I'm not saying this right. The trucks that collect residential are different from the ones that have to collect the dumpsters, right?
In most cases, yes. The residential is treated like commercial. That's dumpster service is just like commercial. The residential cart collection is a different vehicle altogether.
So the reduction, excuse me, Mayor, of trucks is still significant.
Councilman Relke?
Just a couple points. As I understand it, maybe I can ask this question to Andrew. With the contract, if a resident wants an additional waste bin to be picked up once a week, it's about $5. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so if you need 2 trash bins and then, of course, the one recycling that you're going to be required to have, you're going to be paying about $16 a month for that service.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Now, one of the advantages touted in the contract is that you have the opportunity to suspend your service for up to 6 months out of the year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we have a snowbird, perhaps, that's here for 5 months, 6 months out of the year, they can suspend their service and not pay for that 6 months.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, based on your evaluation and your understanding, those individuals that are living in homeowners associations, they pay their trash dues to the HOA, correct?
That's more a question for Raymond, as he said, actual contact with all the HOAs.
Yes, Councilman Elke, there are a number that pay directly to the HOA.
Okay. Generally speaking, with HOAs, you pay a flat amount each month that covers for maintenance, roads, perhaps, depending on where you're at, trash, that sort of thing.
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the HOAs are going to be paying for all of the residents in their HOA if we were to go to a single hauler?
There is an option for that. An HOA can continue to pay one bill to the provider, yes.
Is it your belief that the HOAs will suspend service or offer a credit to their residents for those 6 months that they're not in town and they don't need the trash service?
That's a business decision made by the HOA.
So it could be possible then that individuals that are in HOAs may not be able to realize those 6 months of suspended savings if they're out of town because they live in an HOA and the HOA doesn't give them that credit.
It could be, yes.
Okay. With the, Mr. Reese, with the solid waste, or excuse me, not solid waste service, but give you an example. I cut a bunch of trees down and I have a bunch of branches that won't fit into my receptacle bin, and I call on whichever individual single hauler that we use, or excuse me, let me ask you this way. I have some pickup that needs to be picked up that won't fit in the bin. Do I have to use the hauler that the town's contracted with, or can I use anybody else to come pick up those trees and services?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Realke, I don't believe that the contract addresses yard waste at that level. If someone has, in particular in Fountain Hills, we have a significant number of folks who use yard services who have haul away service that won't have anything to do with this. The green bin's offered as an option to people who may want to have that service done. It's optional in most cities that provide it. The larger pickup, again, is just a convenience to the citizens. If you want to have the hauler come to your house and pick up I think it's 4x4x8 load, that's a service that's provided, but you certainly don't need to use that service.
Okay. And Mr. McGuire, since I stop your attention, has there been any type of analysis done on any potential legal challenges? And frankly, is the town, in your opinion, going to be sued if we go to a single hauler?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Realke, as we've discussed before, the town can be sued just about any day for just about any reason. I believe that the move to single hauler is valid and supported by law.
And one last point, Judge. I'm in court every day.
Habit.
Yeah, exactly. One last point. Thank you. One of the things I think that, of course, I know this council is very sensitive to the nonprofit organizations that are in town, and certainly I think this would have an impact. One may be more inclined to use their recycling bin that's in their garage or in their backyard than to take their items down to the various churches and nonprofits in town. And one other thing, one last point, Mayor, is we've discussed the cost savings that this will be afforded to our residents, $11.44. But I can't name you one resident that came to me and said, I've come to the town because I'm paying too much for my trash service. Can you negotiate on my behalf and save me some money? The questions and concerns of the residents are traffic and perhaps to a lesser extent the wear and tear on the road, and of course safety that goes along with the additional traffic. And addressing the residents' concerns, I don't think that this does this because we're still going to have the commercial. We're still going to have, 7 zones. Is that correct, Mr. Reese?
Currently, I think there are 5 zones. 4.
4 zones.
4
So we're going to have 4 zones. So we will have a trash truck on the whole in our town at least once a day servicing those various zones.
For 4 days.
Okay, thank you. And then also these apartments and condos that have a dumpster that are going to be exempt. We're still going to have those trash trucks here on, one of the 5 days of the week as is provided for now in our town code. And depending on where you live will really dictate how much traffic. If you live at Saguaro and Shea, for example, you're still going to have the same amount of traffic, I would bet, because they're main arteries that are coming into the town. So I think that's something, all the things that obviously we should be considering. Thank you.
I think that's good. Let's spend some time on traffic, some talking traffic. And then, the hauler can probably add this to the list of things they might give feedback on. And because we've talked about HOAs and commercial and curbside and other things. So to clarify, HOAs are included in this unless they have a commercial dumpster-type service, which a lot of the apartments and stack-type condo developments have. So everything outside of a commercial pickup, even within an HOA, single-family or condo or twin home or the various, townhome layouts, if they have a rollout cart, can, they would be generally included in this, and those with a dumpster that gets picked up from the front with the truck over the back, that serves a lot of different units, those are not covered in the RFP or in this pricing and these options, correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
All right, so those HOAs that currently have those commercial pickups typically already have a single hauler, I would assume. There would be additional traffic, I think, in those subdivisions should they go to multiple haulers to pick up each individual dumpster. So within that subdivision or development, if you had 4 or 5 haulers picking up things for whatever reason, there would be additional traffic on that private or public street area. But I'm just trying to draw down the way best I can figure, and maybe I'll hear different feedback, is from, in my neighborhood, which is more single family, one hauler in the town, if it comes twice a week, that's all I'm going to see a truck on my street, because I'm in a cul-de-sac or I'm in a small street. Now in an arterial, they may be up and down that area more than twice a week. Maybe it's 4 times a week. But in my neighborhood, I could picture, I'll have to ask the hauler, how many houses can they generally pick up a trash to fill up one truck. But I think on trash day, if it's 1 day a week, we're going to see the trash truck 1 day a week, and that's it. And then we'll see the recycling day trash truck once a week, because our neighborhood has roughly like 100 houses on this ring, and they're, including the cul-de-sacs inside. And there's no arterial to get to other areas in my area, and that's probably representative of most of Fountain Hills. But the main streets like Palisades and Fountain Hills Boulevards, and maybe even, depending on the zones, Sierra Madre and some of the collectors, not arterials, might see trucks on more than 2 days. I'm just assuming, but I'm looking to drill it down to the residents' impact, not somebody driving on an arterial road or biking on the arterial road, which will still see trucks, but I would think there would be still significantly less number of trucks, I would assume, but there'd still be multiple trucks on those roads. Is that something that's data that we have or that we can get feedback on, as far as, in most neighborhoods, how many times are we going to see a truck?
I would have to refer that to the
Okay, so we can add that to that list, but, that's just, I don't know what to call it. Just some analysis that I can just assume in my neighborhood. I just can't imagine trucks filling up in my cul-de-sac and a couple other streets nearby us that would cause me to see another truck come by for the same pickup because they're full. Obviously, trucks now, if they're picking up trash at every house, they're going to fill up quicker in less miles. So it's going to require them to come back and pick up in a less, it's going to be more dense as far as their pickups. But
typically, it's about 2,000 units per zone is what they do.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to get that feedback on traffic, because I think if we were to consider going forward or make a decision to go forward on this, I would think traffic's got to be a huge impact. Now, how much does it save us on streets? A garbage truck is the largest, heaviest vehicle down a street on a regular basis. So I imagine there's impact. I don't know which government study you agree or don't agree with, but I'm assuming there's benefits there, and certainly our new director's got us well acquainted with the street cost. Thank you very much, facetiously. But there's impact there. But traffic is something I think we need to spend some time on. If there's other questions that would help have clarity on traffic, that would be good, or other council members, or when the professionals get up here to talk about it, that'd be appreciated. And then the other item that we more heard from the public, and we've heard from people, when I'm sure we've all heard from the citizens, is the issue of choice. I mean, you get on the table This is going to limit choice to the citizens, and that's just a fact if we are going this direction. And that's an issue. That's an issue because we're Americans. That's an issue because Fountain Hills is really got a great deal of character, and it is the epitome, I think, of Fountain of the United States, and we really cherish a lot of the values that our country was founded upon. So choice is a big deal if government takes that position that limits that choice. But also, to talk about, once we talk about that and either get comfortable with it or not, is to make sure that we're clear on the impacts, like traffic, noise, what would the real benefits be, and then understand, as a community, Fountain Hills makes decisions as a community quite often. Is this something that we think there's benefit to for the value it might deliver? And although it infringes on that choice, is that a decision for our community that we're going to be comfortable going forward with for 5 years or whatever our contract period is, and at that time, if we ever need to be readdressed, you readdress it. But I think that choice and traffic, and then of course the benefits are important. And then to speak to some of the things I was surprised on with the town code, we need to make sure, should we progress down this lane, that we realize we're not looking to put people in jail or fine them for things that they're doing or not doing today. I mean, in essence, things shouldn't change. So we need to make sure that town code doesn't, concern us. So we'll need to have council members and staff to address that, because that's, I'm sure, not the intention of the town council. But that's our decision. So it may be in there as an option today as an amendment. It's up to us to not really fear what we're seeing, but to address it and come up with what's best for our community. So maybe a couple more questions from council, and then we can ask the professionals to come on up to speak to some things, give us some information on what we've been discussing. Councilmember Contino.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess it's my understanding, we're talking about traffic, it's my understanding that when you have a recycle truck come down on the second day of the week, that you also, if people have 2 pickups, you have a second truck coming down, so you'll have 2 trucks that day?
Mayor, Councilman Contino, the same truck that picks up the trash on the one container will just pick up the trash on you'll have your trash containers on the same day. So those will be picked up on the same day. The recycling will be picked up on the alternate day.
So if you have 2 trash pickups, you want trash pickup. I'm talking about recycle. I'm talking about other residents that recycle. So if you have a recycle truck coming down your street to pick up the recycles on your second day, then people that want the second pickup of garbage, that's a different truck, correct?
How it will work is you'll have 2 containers. If you choose to have the additional pickup, let's call that a cart, a container. That container will be put out along with your normal trash day, and then possibly on Tuesday or Wednesday, you will have your recycling. There will be no other trash trucks in your neighborhood except for that recycling truck.
But if you choose 2 trash pickups?
It will be done on the same day. The trash will always be picked up on the same day. You'll just have 2
And I thought
carts.
on Thursday, if you do it Tuesday, Thursdays, let's just say, and if you go Tuesday on your trash pickup, Thursday on the people that don't want recycling, and they got a trash bin out there, you're going to see another truck on the street, aren't you?
Now, the way we wrote the RFP, the way we crafted it and then talked with the haulers was 1 trash day pickup, 1 recycling day pickup. Some folks need another trash container. They can have a second trash container at the additional cost. Both of those trash containers would be picked up on the same day. So that's where some folks have the issue with, a garbage can in my garage or whatever that might cause some smell, or that's some of the concern that we've heard about that is because it is only 1 trash pickup per week, but you can have a second can should you need more room, but it is just 1 day per week.
1 day per week. And then that means that all the people that have animals store all their waste in that garbage container 1 week?
Correct. That's how it's written.
Okay.
Good. Other questions before we ask our, yes, Councilmember Dickey?
For the haulers, when they come up, maybe what I asked Andrew, maybe you could help with that, the knowledge of how the law is for basically the state or the county, and does this ordinance add a bunch of stuff, or is it just codifying a bunch of stuff that already exists? So since you're probably familiar with what is already required when it comes to overflow and that kind of stuff. And then you probably don't know this offhand, but how many, if you had to even guess, of your customers now do one trash pickup and just one recycling and one trash pickup? There's, and I'm saying this because a couple of things. You know, I used to be at Department of Environmental Quality, and at the time, there was some effort to change the whole state to accept one trash, regular trash, one recycle statewide. They wanted to put forth a bill to do that, and the department was going to be able to support that. There was no health issue or any other reason not to do that. And many urban areas, including ones with heat, are absolutely just doing the one trash. And since we're doing anecdotal things, I, had a house full of people and kids and have just done that for years, had the one recycled, because once you can commingle, you really will be surprised by not only the amount, but the volume of it, because it's cans and bottles and things like that, plastic bottles. So just to keep that in mind too, if you've never done it, maybe to give it a little bit of a chance, at least in looking ahead on how it could possibly work, because you'd be amazed. At first we got like this thing that spins around with 3 compartments, so we thought, well, we'll do 2 garbage and then 1 the recycle, and we never got to the other garbage one. So just to throw those things out there, that's very possible. And again, it's already the law that it's bagged, and if it's bagged and tied, you're really not going to see the kind of problems that I think that you're anticipating.
The odors. The other thing that the haulers can speak to that have is on HOAs. For example, Eagle Mountain was mentioned having the hauler that had this bid. Currently, and Councilmember Elke mentioned the HOAs doing the billing, and I guess that's an option. It would seem like in those developments, maybe their fee is $11 or $12, to Eagle Mountain. It seems like that the Eagle Mountain could reduce the dues by that much per month, and then reduce the collecting of monies and sending it to a hauler, where the hauler would do that directly, and then the additional benefit to the residents would be, rather than a hauler, I'm sure they calculate some percentage of Eagle Mountain that's probably not going to have their trash out because they're on vacation or on their, our lovely snowbirds. It seems like the benefit of a snowbird or someone that doesn't need trash pickup all that often would now still have, in essence, roughly the same monthly cost, and then they could turn their cost off when they're not even there. So it wouldn't seem to make a lot of sense for the HOAs, in my opinion, to continue doing billing unless they were to start accounting for who's on vacation and when, and do all those calculations, when there's probably not a great deal of need to. They're getting the benefit of what they want now, the single hauler. I think most all the HOAs have. North Heights is on this other program where they got neighbors together, which is interesting. But the single hauler, and then the haulers will be doing the billing, and the residents could benefit from turning off service when not needed. It seems like they would have less out of pocket individually as residents, with the example of Eagle Mountain.
Yes.
And so that would be good to talk to. And then recycling, that's the other feedback I get from a lot of residents. Recycling is not, it's kind of a scam. I've heard, it's a scam. And recycling items are not really environmentally sensitive because most of it's hauled off to California. Recycling items just get mixed in with the junk at the landfill. So, and those are real, a lot of folks feel that way or have that concern, and maybe there's reason, because I'm sure somewhere 2020 did an episode and followed a garbage truck around, and recycling is dumped into a landfill, so it's a real issue. So that would be helpful to speak to as well. And yes, before we do that, we'll take a 5-minute, 7-minute nature break. So back here, if you would, please, at 8:52. started here, since we are taking a lot of time on this discussion and additional items may have come up of interest to those that are here, I'm going to have another opportunity if you want to fill out a speaker card before we conclude on this item. If there's anything new you wish to share, since we want to have as much discussion as we can tonight, although it's going to add some time, please go ahead and fill out another speaker card and bring it up to Bev, and we'll make sure we get to you. Just obviously ask that you don't make it repetitive, but if you've got additional input, we want to make sure we have ample time for discussion here, since that's what we're here for on these two items tonight, is discussion. I think we're all back here. And any other questions that have come up from the council want to share before the hauler comes up? And then after the hauler comes up, we'll ask for see how many speaker cards, if we have anybody else that wishes to share from the public. Okay. Well, I thought it'd be a good opportunity, since the folks from various companies are here in that field. They've heard a lot of our questions and comments and concerns. Thought if they come forward either in an organized way or otherwise, then they can speak to some of the things they have heard. So I welcome them forward. Raymond, you want to introduce who's here once again and invite them forward? All the notes, cheat sheets are here.
Again, this is Kevin Flanagan from Republic Services, Ted Choloff. We've got Denise Dunn. Oh, this is just the from Hudson Baylor. And what's that? Oh, Stacy Loveland, also from Republic Services. And then your folks are here, I'm assuming, because in the packet we have is the contract and the proposed contract that followed after the RFP process. And yes. These are the folks represented that touch that contract, either as the hauler, recycler, recycle bank, and that sort of thing.
This is the team that was assembled for the transition, yes.
Okay. Good. So hope you don't mind putting you on the spot, but you've heard some of the discussion, and is there one of you folks that thinks you could add some additional information or answers to some of the concerns or questions that council's had related to what you each do?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Johnny Perkins. I'm the West Region Director for Republic Services Allied Waste, managed in 9 states in the United States. And I really appreciate this opportunity. It's been a great discussion this evening, and really admire you for taking the time to walk through this. Solid waste and recycling is a very complicated subject, and it's one that deserves due diligence and consideration for your constituents. One of the things that I wanted to address before I turn it over to a few other members of the team to address some of the operational questions you have about traffic and some other things, there was a comment made about recycling. We take the issue of recycling and sustainability very seriously. We are under stringent requirements and regulations. We do not mix solid waste or trash with recyclables. That is a big, big, big problem for our company. We do not do that. In some places it is illegal and against the law. In some states there are heavy fines and punitive damages if you get caught mixing recyclables with solid waste. So I wanted to make sure I emphasized and really stressed that question. We are very concerned with sustainability. We are very concerned with the carbon footprint. One of the programs that we're offering is this partnership with Recycle Bank. And in addition to the issues you heard about the savings to the resident, the customer, the taxpayer as it relates to their monthly charge for waste and recycling services, the economic development for local businesses, there's also a diversion element and component to that. We've seen diversion go up 2-3-fold in many of the communities where that program has been implemented. The other thing about initiating a recycling program is it takes waste out of the landfill, and so the capacity of your landfills remain stronger. There's more capacity in those facilities. So we take the issue of recycling very seriously. It's something that we educate our customers on. The issue of recycling also does reduce air emissions, the carbon footprint. You know, you don't have as many truck trips, if you will, to the landfill, the disposal site, when you're recycling more. And we do take those recyclables to a local company that does recycle that product to return to the marketplace, so we don't have to recreate and use virgin material. So our company is very, very concerned about sustainability. It's one of our top priorities in addition to safety and customer service. And I just wanted to assure you, when that truck picks up those recyclables, they go to a facility where it's processed and recycled. It does not go into the landfill for disposal. So I'm going to ask Ted to come up and talk about some of the traffic concerns, Mr. Mayor, and some of the council members raised about the truck trips and the traffic, and he'll kind of walk through how that's going to work and the service days in terms of when we'll pick up the carts and the totes.
And then maybe after that, you can talk to the recycling more about the facility and where it is and what happens.
Yes, sir. Be happy to do that.
Welcome.
Welcome. Mayor, council, open for questions on the topic.
All right, traffic, the thought was it would limit traffic as far as the number of trucks through neighborhood streets in particular, and to a lesser extent down the arterials and collector roads. Do you have any feedback on that?
We propose a 4-zone for collection services for trash and recycling. With our current studies, we're looking at servicing basically about 2,000 homes per zone. 2,000 homes per zone is going to cost us in time and efficiencies. We should see a reduction in the fleet capacity to service those homes.
Is there an idea of how many, on a garbage day, how many houses a truck can pick up trash generally?
With the zones, a lot's going to play to seasonality. We have a population that comes here in the winter, and then they're gone in the summer. So we gave our proposal to the staff, and basically we were looking at, for those zones, probably 2 to 3 trucks or 2 to 1 truck.
Okay. All right. And so 2 to 1 truck, but they're making multiple trips, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not, they're just not going to be even down an arterial just twice or once. They're going to be going several times because they've got to get rid of their load, correct?
They'll go through and we'll collect the trash or recycling first and come back and do the same process for either or commodity. So hitting the same street twice is probably what will happen.
Okay. Good. Any other questions related to traffic? Councilmember Brown?
We still haven't heard how many homes can you put in one truck? If you have 2 to 3 trucks, 1 to 2 trucks picking up 2,000 homes, how many homes will one truck hold?
We have it right now routed close to 850 homes a day per truck for trash.
Does that truck?
But I'm,
Does that
850, before you take it to the, how many times will you have to go to the dump with 850 homes for one truck?
But one time.
In other words, you will come to town, load up 850 homes, and take it to the dump, and come back and do that one more time, and you'll be up to 1,700 homes, which only leaves 300. So the most trips to the dump you would have would be, if you had 2 trucks, you'd be, each truck would go once, and the other truck would have to come back and pick up 300 homes. That's
roughly.
So all of a sudden, the total number of trips down Saguaro or down Shea to the dump would be a maximum of 3 a day. And that's the number we were actually looking for, is it not? How many times do they have to go to the dump?
That's part of it. I think the neighborhood, if it's, I didn't realize it was that many trash carts could fit into a, obviously they're being smashed together. Not the carts, but the trash. But the, so 850, that's a big subdivision, is only going to see a garbage truck once a week.
Yes.
And they're only going to see a recycling truck once a week.
Once a week.
So the arterial road feeding that area is just going to have that truck once a week.
Yes.
That's far less than I suspected.
And a lot depends, like I said, on the seasonality. So if in one zone, I mean, if there's additional people come in for the winter, and let's say it's that one zone has over 2,000 homes, let's say there's 2,300 homes that we have to collect, and it's seasonal. And then vice versa, in the summertime, it may drop to 1,000 homes.
Okay. Councilmember Rauke.
Thank you. With the statistic that you're giving there as far as the 850 homes, that's assuming that each home only has one. The statistic that you're using of 850 homes for the one truck, that's assuming that each home only has one trash bin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Dickey.
That's a good point. Then maybe that, I don't know if it would be you, but then somebody could address that idea of how many customers require 2 regular trash pickups and/or without a recycle. I mean, is that something that you're seeing any kind of movement on, that people only require 1 trash pickup a week?
I believe the recycling people will talk about that.
Excuse me, but I mean just the regular trash. I mean,
Oh, the regular trash?
Because that, obviously, people are concerned about getting their regular trash picked up once a week, and so I'm curious about your experiences with that, because everybody has their own anecdotes, and I don't know, maybe it's not you from a traffic point of view, but from the point of view of potential problems or problems you've seen with only 1 trash pickup a week.
We've seen a decrease in the trash pickup and the amount of trash in there, especially if the recycling program is in place. There's a good portion of the trash that is actually recyclable. So a 95, 96-gallon cart, basically, if you have a 30% reduction in it or up to a 50% reduction, that stream is being moved over to the recycling stream.
Mayor.
Councilmember Rauke.
Thank you. Sir, you talk about the recycling, we're talking about the recycling bin, the trash bin, and then there's also a green bin as well, is that correct? So if there's, let's say, someone decides that they, on my street, that they want to have a green bin, how many times a week will one of your trucks be on my street to pick up recycling, trash, and the green bin?
1 time a week,
Okay.
all same-day service.
Okay. So you're going to pick up recycling on the same day?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1 truck, correct?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the green bin, is that a separate truck?
Depending on the volume and the distribution of the cans and the set-out,
Okay.
which
Then-
we determined to probably be pretty low.
Okay, and then the
Okay.
solid waste as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I was assuming, glad you asked that, the trash and recycling would be picked up on different days. Is that not what your plan is looking like, or would they both be picked up on, say, on a Monday?
On the same day, would you address that?
Mayor, the option, there is an option there for the trash and recycling to be picked up on the same day. So it could be 1-day service.
Would that be a discretion of the hauler?
If that works out best for their routing, yes.
Okay, because then we obviously, one of the benefits, we think, is less traffic.
Yeah,
So-
that's what our proposal was, all same
Okay,
day.
so, but the green waste, which is probably, I haven't subscribed to that with my hauler today, but that's probably available today from Republic. That's something that people could continue to do, but it would be a different truck, correct?
It'd be
with green waste.
Same vehicle.
Same vehicle,
Okay.
just a different pickup
Just a pickup tip.
type,
Yeah.
because they'd be picking up all green waste.
All
I would
green
imagine,
waste.
At that time. Okay. All right. Councilmember Brown.
Could you, how many municipalities do you service in the Phoenix area?
5 municipalities.
And are you the single hauler in all 5 of the municipalities?
Yes.
And it might be easier to ask this question this way. And you may not have this answer. Can you tell us how many municipalities in the Phoenix metropolitan area still use a multi-hauler system? Tough question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Offhand, I know the trend is going to 1 hauler, and the trend is going very strongly to trash and recycling.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Dickey.
I wanted to ask about, again, the trucks that pick up with the dumpsters, just to reiterate that those are different trucks. Commercial pickup is different trucks. And they are going to come and go just like they do right now afterwards. So we're not trying to act like we're changing something there. So we're definitely reducing residential, but the trucks that you use to pick up from dumpsters are different from the trucks that you pick up from residential, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So and then on the traffic routing, if you had a zone of 850 homes, which is, what number of homes are we talking about in total? Is it 6,000 or 7,000?
80, about
8,100. So 1/10 of that is roughly a pickup. If you assume everybody, or half of them do 2 trash cans, then you're down to 500 or 600 homes that can be picked up, I'd imagine, because then you're still up to 800, bins to be picked up. So if you were to do recycling on the same day in that zone for trash, for solid waste, or whatever that's called, trash pickup, one truck could cover 500 to 600 homes, depending if they have multiple cans, or if everybody does 2 cans, 425 homes with one truck down the street once. And then if you did the recycling the same day, assuming you could fit the same amount of waste in there, one truck, one time down the road, 425 to 600 homes are covered with one trip down that main street, not maybe arterial, more than that. And then green waste, which is probably much more limited, would be either the same truck but on a separate trip, a third trip down that street, either on the same day or another day, would probably pick up, I don't know, thousands of homes, because there's a lot fewer green waste pickups, I would assume. Is that generally a reasonable way to consider what traffic might look like in a neighborhood?
Absolutely. But, we're looking at like quadrants, the 4 quadrants. So when we're done with quadrant 1, our trucks, residential trucks, will no longer be in that quadrant. Then we move to quadrant 2, quadrant 3, and quadrant 4. And also with having one hauler, now it's only one hauler in that area. So there are no other haulers going into those areas and picking up trash and picking up recycling.
Okay. Anything else on traffic? You want to move in a different area, like HOAs? I just want to ask it, with the HOA discussion we had, you heard up here, is there any clarifications or information that, were something we're assuming incorrectly?
No, well, the offer's out to the HOA if they want one bill, if they want individual bills. So the offer is there.
Okay. I imagine you'd love one bill. But
That's right.
I don't know why they'd do it. All right, Councilmember Leger.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who, so whomever, just step up, please. I've had an opportunity to review the contract in great detail, the proposed contract, that is, with you folks. And there's an item in there called backdoor collection service that I'm particularly interested in learning more about. And the reason why is because I've been contacted by a number of seniors and folks that have handicaps, so forth and so on. And I know that when we were talking about what we wanted, this was something that we were advocating for in the contract. Could you kind of just, elevator speech, what backdoor collection service is? Go ahead.
Sorry. Basically what it is when the driver would get out of the truck and go up to that resident's door, find their can, maybe it's in their garage on their side of the house, and then take it to the truck, service the container, and then take it back up to where he found it.
Okay, thank you. So there's a process in place in this contract that will provide that service for elderly folks, handicapped folks, et cetera, seniors, at no additional cost. There needs to be some verification through the town, and then to you folks, and this is a discussion we'll have at a different point, but I'll mention it here. If we were to look at making a revision here, I'd like to get the town out of the middle of this process, because right now the way it reads is that the resident would call the town, and then the town would say, yeah, fine, great, and then the town would call you all. Well, that's just bureaucracy. So I would like to see going forward, if this provision prevails and if this contract prevails, to just have the folks contact you directly for that service. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. My second question goes to another thing that a lot of my constituents are really concerned about, is performance. And when I think of performance, I think of customer service and customer satisfaction. Could you just briefly tell us how you go about that as a business? How's your process set up, and how do you remediate problems?
Basically, we have a customer service center, but you want me to? Each driver has a route sheet, basically. So he has this route sheet that he follows for each day. Has a list of all his customers on the route. So as he goes through his route, he checks those off and services them. In the event there is an issue, we have a call center, as well as a website that people can email or most people call in. And then our operating system, so when they make a call, we have an operating system that records the information from that particular resident. It's put underneath an account that individual would have, and issues are resolved through that. It might go to their supervisor. That supervisor would call the resident back and address the issue. Or maybe it's a communication piece back to the driver.
So what I'm hearing you say is that when a complaint is called in, there's remediation at some level, and there's also follow-up?
Correct.
So you would call the resident back and to determine if the issue had been remediated?
Yes.
And do you utilize just a general call center, or do you have dedicated reps for different service areas?
General reps.
It's a general call center.
Yes, to answer your question, we do have a general call center, but in addition to that, we have what we call a weekly and monthly scorecard that our drivers are responsible through our operations manager. What that highlights is if there's any kind of service issues that have not been resolved, there has to be a call to order that extrapolates down not only from our region office down to the area office, but down to the division and the operations people to ensure that the quality assurance was taken care of in a timely fashion to the satisfaction of the customer, not to the perception of what we thought. So there is a scorecard, there is a process that's in place, and it's actually a process rolled out nationwide throughout our company organization.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Dickey?
Mayor, I don't know who to ask this about, but again, about the ordinance. I don't know if you had a chance to look at our ordinance and how it looks a little bit overbearing for us. And I guess what I'm looking for is how much of that actually does exist, and Andrew can come in with this one, please. How much of that already does exist? It's just not written in our town code, but it's actually stuff that we're supposed to be doing anyway, just so that we can get a feel for what this ordinance is really doing.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dickey, after your initial question, I went and checked our ordinance against the Maricopa County Environmental Services regulations to see which things we have that are different or more than what we're required to do by the state. The only things that are significantly different at all are what I will consider the, I'll term the mischief provisions. You know, you won't jump in a can, you won't ride a can down a hill, you won't tear the lid off and use it for a sled. All of those provisions that are in there specifically addressing the kind of vandalism we typically might have. All the rest of the things, spilling refuse during transport is required by the state regulation and is currently in our code. Hazardous waste is already in our code. Well, it isn't already in our code, but is required, obviously. Use of another person's container is another unique provision to us that isn't in the regulations, but clearly something that we don't like people doing. But all the things under the resident responsibilities, the hazardous waste and special refuse, and those are all in the state regulations. The inspection and the container violations, that's part of our variance, and obviously the violations and the citation format, the process you're going to use is entirely up to you.
Okay, then Mayor, then to reiterate, there aren't a lot of new requirements here or a lot of new penalties, and in fact, we're preventing a default to perhaps stricter or more stringent penalties.
I think that's a fair characterization. The only things that get criminal penalties under the version that's in front of you tonight is the recidivist provision that Councilmember Elke pointed out. The dumping of hazardous waste or putting hazardous waste in your can, dumping on property, or not containing a load and letting it fly all over the street as you drive along. Those are the only things that are contained in the criminal section. Everything else is a civil penalty under the current text in front of you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could just talk to that real briefly. In all of our customer contracts, the idea is never to be punitive. That's not what we're here to do. I don't think that's what our municipalities do, and I certainly don't believe that's what your city staff is intending to do. We want to educate. You know, I go through this process with my 8-year-old son all the time about education, learning how to do things, not in a punitive way, but in an informative, instructional training way. And that's really how we treat our customers. Our job is to, if we see too much waste going into the recycling stream or too much recyclable materials going into the trash stream, the job is to continue to educate the customer. We are going to pick up the carts. That's our job. That's a public health and safety issue if we don't. The other reason that we have some of these things that we discuss about special waste is safety, not only for ourselves, but for our customer as well. So I just want to reiterate, our intent is never to be punitive. I don't think it's ever a municipality's intent. It's more, how do we continue, because it's just an education process. And like I said, I always use my son as an example, going through and trying to educate him on various things in our own home. That's what our job is to continue to educate, provide the service, and give the customer every opportunity to what we call do the right thing.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Come back to me. Okay, absolutely. Recycling. Would you mind explaining what happens to recycling in Fountain Hills, or what would happen to recycling? Where does it go, and is it beneficial? What, that type of thing.
Sure. Recycling, the material that they would pick up would come to our facility located on Beeline Highway in Scottsdale. We have several facilities, but that is the closest location, not only for solid waste, but recycling, green waste. They also have an education center there, too.
And so is that big metal building? That's there?
One of them. Yeah.
The one on Beeline, there's a very big metal building.
On the Native American
on the other, on the north side of Gilbert Road, or north side of Beeline at Gilbert. So
correct.
Recycling and trash, I'm assuming, go to that facility separately, and then recycling goes into that building. And then, do you know how that operation works?
Sure. What happens is a commingled product is dumped on what we call a tipping floor. So it's all commingled, you know, all the different recyclables, everything from glass, the plastics 1 through 7, you know, the tin cans. So the whole stream is dumped on a tipping floor. Then it has, I use my hand a lot. So
talking more into the mic, if you wouldn't mind, so we can all hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's dumped on the tipping floor, and then a belt or a conveyor takes it up, and it's sorted not only mechanically, you know, we have eddy currents, magnets, we also have hands, you know, we have people up there that sort it manually, and we also have optical sorting, so it directs blasts of air to shoot it off the line, you know, like if you have a PET plastic, the cameras actually can see that and shoot it off the line into another bunker to be baled and processed.
And after all that, there's still a revenue available, and that's where Recycle Bank comes in, or well, I guess the next step is where do those items, once they're separated, end up going? And where do they get processed?
Various places. I mean, our glass is made into new bottles, you know, instead of landfill cover. Our PET plastic, you know, the drink bottles for soda, can be made into fabrics, carpet, various items such as that. Everything does get used. Even the stuff that we don't advertise that we take in, we divert it out of the waste stream because we don't want to put things in the landfill because it even costs us money to landfill it. So, and the space. And I would invite you guys, I have several mayor's council members that do come out.
Are buried in the landfill?
Pardon?
Are buried in the landfill?
No. We like them. No, but we have a film that's actually very educational that shows the whole process, even because in the landfill they even collect the methane gas and use it. So it is very educational. It's free. It's also free to the citizens because it is education. You know, if you start a program, you're diverting right off the top 25 to 35%, but then you brought in the Recycle Bank. That's more of an education process to get that number up, you know, into the 50, into the cleaner, so you can, you know, not need the, you know, 2 trash cans. So you can divert more material that's, you know, bigger volume.
Okay. Any questions regarding that process? Yeah, Councilman Morelke?
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming out this evening. With the Recycle Bank, do you offer that particular services for towns and municipalities if we wanted to have a recycling center set up somewhere in town, would you be able to provide that service?
That is a separate company other than what we do. We're the MRF or the processor. This is he represents Recycle Bank.
Step on up, sir.
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Axel New. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Recycle Bank. And in a nutshell, the best way to describe the company, we're kind of the frequent flyer miles for recycling. So we reward points for virtuous behavior. So we actually come before the actual recycling event. So we work with the individual recycler. So we don't, obviously we have partners. We partner with the hauler. But where our relationship comes in is actually with the person with the can. So we provide the education and we provide the incentives for people to actually do the recycling. And what the idea basically is, this is America. This is this is capitalism. So up until this point, people either haven't recycled, or if they have recycled, really haven't gotten anything for it. Because the idea is there's intrinsic value in the stuff that people throw away. So if you provide people the right incentive to recycle, and you also provide the right education, this goes into the recycling bin, this goes into the trash bin. If you do it often enough, and then you give the carrot, hey, look, the more I recycle, the more stuff that I can get, it's going to stick. And eventually people are going to put their aluminum, they're going to put their paper, they're going to put their stuff in here, they're going to put the other stuff, the actual garbage, in here. And what's going to start happening, the right things are going to go into the right place. The other thing that's going to start happening, they're going to get their rewards. And the way the rewards work is we have different classes of rewards. We have different partners. We work with different companies to actually furnish the rewards, right? We have national companies, companies that we all know, companies like Best Buy. We have regional companies. In this area, we work with companies like Bashas'. And then we work locally. One of the things that we do is, for example, we have a pilot going on with the city of Phoenix. We have 100,000 homes that we're working with in Phoenix. So we signed up 100 local companies with the city of Phoenix. Companies, restaurants, anything you can think of. We signed up all the El Pollo Locos in the valley. So which means when we come up here, I don't know if there is an El Pollo Loco here. There's McDonald's here, right? So we signed up all the franchises because they're all basically locally owned or regionally owned. So if we would come here, we already have all the McDonald's signed up, right? But we would also go to all the restaurants. We would go to the hardware store. We would go to all of these people to help us furnish the rewards program. Because if you think about it, you recycle, you get your reward, right? You get your points. You go online, say, okay, what am I going to use? Well, I want to go out to eat. I want to take my family out to eat. So now you go turn those points in for a reward for a coupon to go to a certain restaurant. Buy one meal, get one free. You're going to take it to that local restaurant. Now you're going to take your whole family. All of a sudden you created economic stimulus locally. So who wins? You win as a recycler because you just got something back. The restaurant wins because it got foot traffic, and the community wins because they got sales tax revenue. So it kind of fulfills that entire cycle just by the fact that you recycle. And that's kind of how the company works.
And there were some numbers that we've read. Is there an idea of what dollar amount is that you would expect people to see? I don't think we can give them any assurances as a town what they're going to get. But
yeah, it really depends. It depends is kind of a loose number. What Raymond mentioned earlier, it's a conservative number is $5 to $7.
And that comes in the form of coupons or gift certificates?
It becomes in a form of reward. So for example, like we have a reward at Bashas'. It's like $5 off, I believe like a $40 purchase.
I see.
And you get that for, I believe, 50 points. Well, using a formula of 2.5 points per pound recycled, and the average recycler does probably 20 or so pounds a week. It takes about a little over 2 weeks to get those 50 points. So after little over 2 weeks, you can get $5 off of, for $40 purchase at Bashas'. That's not too bad, right? Some of the other things we negotiated is, we work with, the Pollo Loco. You buy one meal, get one free for something like 75 points. Well, your average fast food meal is maybe $5, $6. So you can kind of see how that works. We have other lower value rewards. It's all based on personal choice. So you can do really well, or, you can go for something else, but it all sort of kind of evens out. In my region last year, the average redemption was roughly 140, for the redeemer was roughly $140 per family. And that's in my region, yes. And my region is the entire western United States.
Okay. That's a good explanation. Good explanation.
Them about the ability to give to a nonprofit.
Yeah. Another program that we have that we've recently implemented is we have something called a Green Schools program, which allows a local school to apply for a grant with Recycle Bank. It needs to be green related. So, for example, somebody's class wants to grow a certain strain of drought-resistant bean, or they want to start a certain garden. They can apply for a grant for that up to an amount of like $5,000. We review these grants, and as long as it's green-related, about 95% of those get approved. We put that grant on our website, just like any other reward. And what the local community can do then, rather than get stuff, they can give stuff. They can give their points. Recycle Bank underwrites those points with cash, and at the end of the accumulation period, we write a check to that school. Last year, we gave $100,000. Our goal this year is to give $200,000 for the program. And next year, we're going to get some sponsors for it, and our goal is to give something like $400,000 for the Green Schools program. So it's something that we feel strongly about, because our goal is to educate. Because a lot of the education that gets home about recycling really comes through the schools, comes through the students.
We happen to have the Science Teacher of the Year here in Fountain Hills, Dr. Paul McGilligan. So he was just awarded that recently. Very good. Any questions on Recycle Bank? Councilmember Dickey.
My question is basically when you said educate and how you all will work together if we go forward to help our community prepare and make any kind of transition. And so the relationships that you have with each other and that you would have with us as a community. What would you do?
Well, there's a certain amount of education that we put out. I mean, if we just show up and says, hi, we're Recycle Bank, and, nothing would really happen. We have to essentially get people to activate into our program. There's a conscious effort that somebody needs to go through to apply for our program. So it's part of the whole environmental stewardship thing, right? Because we are a green company. And for you to become part of the program, you need to, it's not just, consolidating into one hauler. Okay, now we have recycling, you have a recycling cart, there's this great program, we're going to invite you to join. So that's kind of the first step. As part of that invitation to join, we're going to have an entire presence. We're going to have this entire online presence, web presence, and so forth that has a whole bunch of education. We're going to work with our partner for additional outreach. My guess is you already have listed on your website some of the things that can be recycled, that can't be recycled. We're going to link to all of that information. So we're going to work, and we're going to work with the community. We always work with our communities, and we always work with our partners to see what needs to be done. Because what we find in the vast majority of cases, a lot of people have no idea what can be recycled, what can't be recycled, even in very mature communities. That's the first step. And then the second step is trying to find the right incentive, the right push to get people into the program.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Alke.
Thank you. Sir, do you contract with any other companies besides Allied Waste with the Recycle Bank?
The vast majority of our contracts are actually municipal contracts. We work with, for example, the City of Phoenix. It has no hauler. We do have a contract, a national contract with Allied, but we're not exclusive to Allied. We also work with other hauling companies throughout the country and also in the United Kingdom.
Well, let me ask you this question then. If, let's say that this council decided not to go with a single trash hauler, but we decided we wanted to take advantage of all the benefits that you've been talking about with the Recycle Bank and wanted to encourage our residents to take advantage of the savings and everything, would that be an option to us?
It's, this is one of the things that we originally talked about with Raymond. It's actually it was stipulated in the RFP that, the hauler needs to
I guess
offer the program.
what I'm asking you specifically is, if we don't go with a single trash hauler, is Recycle Bank something that is available to any municipality, maybe not even just our municipality?
It is available. But,
And it's not contingent on going with a single trash hauler, is that correct?
It is, at this point, it's not contingent, no.
Okay, thank you.
Good point. So are there customers today in Fountain Hills that utilize Recycle Bank, or is it something that you need to target and go after? And
There is a way to utilize Recycle Bank that doesn't include curbside. So you can become a Recycle Bank customer, but it's a different program, right? Because we're also delving into other ways of engaging around green education and green behavior. But the curbside program is separate and distinct.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Oh, no, it's okay. You mentioned a moment ago that other programs, is that situations where maybe a municipality may have a recycling center set up and you pick it up and that's part of Recycling Bank, or?
No.
How does it work if it's not curbside?
We have non-curbside programs that really are not recycling programs. For example, you can sign up for Recycle Bank and turn in your old cell phone. Right? We're an education company, right? So you have an old cell phone, you sign up for eBay, because if you think about it, eBay is just getting rid of old stuff. Okay.
Do you have the capability of picking up from a recycling center? For example, our town, we had a recycling program for a short period here in the parking lot. If we had something similar to that, would we be able to take advantage of the Recycle Bank in that situation?
We're not a processor, so we have to partner either with a hauling company or directly with a municipality. We don't have any of our own equipment, so we're a marketing company.
All right, so you need the trucks, basically, and then the trucks deliver it, and you take care of it that way. Okay, and that's available to any trash hauler that wants to work with
Of course.
recycling?
I mean, it's, like I said, we don't have that level of infrastructure. Our infrastructure sits on top of our hauling partners' infrastructure or our municipal partners' infrastructure.
Thank you for the information, and thank you for being here so late tonight. Thank you.
yes, okay, now, whatever.
I'm sorry, Mayor, that confused me a little bit, because I thought that it was based on the areas that you pick up, and if everybody has a different trash hauler, how would you be able to process that? Like, say you saw, a square block, and there were 3 different trash haulers there, how would you be able to reward the individual people with that?
Well, we have a very sophisticated back-end system. Our database has the ability to differentiate individual recycling behavior. So it doesn't matter if they're adjacent municipalities or if they're adjacent, blocks. I mean, if you have multiple haulers picking up, even within the same street, we would be able to differentiate. I mean, we actually have instances like that, not out west, but out east, where you have multiple haulers actually doing this kind of business.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, thank you very much. I don't think we have any more on recycling. Yes, sir. Don't add? Okay. Any other questions for these professionals staying up late with us? Thank you very much. Obviously, it was one of our latest meetings we've had, but it's an important item.
Your Honor, if I could just close, I want to let you all know again, we appreciate this opportunity this evening. I know it's late. You have a tough decision to make for your constituents, for the residents of Fountain Hills. We just want to let you know, whatever decision you make, whichever way you go, we will continue to proudly serve this community, and we stand ready, should you decide to move forward in this direction as staff is suggesting, to provide the best service we can to collect your solid waste and recycling well into the future. So we
Good.
appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. All right. Thanks for coming out. Feel free to sit or scram. But, all right, Andrew, I know you want to go into the code. And, but before we do that, anything else?
Mayor, on page 170, there's something about customer list, and kind of in the spirit of what Henry was looking at, it says on 14.1, on or prior to effective date, the town shall provide contractor with a residential service unit customer list, and I wondered if that was something that shouldn't be in there.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dickey, it actually, I believe Raymond's already provided the initial list. That information's been provided to them. They're going to refine the list, and then the hauler's responsible for creating the customer list from that. But our responsibility was just to give them all the raw data that Raymond had been collecting all this time. Their responsibility is to turn that into an actual customer list.
Thank you.
All right, before I forget, was there more from the public? Any more speaker cards? We'll take Councilmember Hanson and then go to that.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
Mayor, we have 6 speaker cards. Jeffrey Cohen.
We're going to move to speaker cards, so if you've had a new card, be ready to rock and roll. Welcome, Jeff.
Again, thank you, Mayor, and council members. Just a couple quick things I'd like to bring up. First of all, the number of pickups per week, according to the hauler, is at the discretion of the hauler, okay, in your neighborhood. So he can come once a week, he can come twice a week. It's not at the discretion. You're taking all the choice away from the residents of Fountain Hills. 1155, that's for half the service, okay? So if you're only using half the service, obviously, it only goes to say that you're going to have less trucks on the road, okay? I think one goes with the other. You can't equate 2 garbage cans a week at one pickup to 1 garbage can twice a week. It just doesn't make sense that way because of all the additional burden that comes on the resident. Again, it was sort of brought up 850 homes. Well, that's if it's 1 garbage can per week. Okay, so the numbers you have to take a look at are going to be, if they need 2 garbage cans, what if they need 4? Okay, when my kids were young, we had 2 garbage cans that were picked up twice a week. Okay, we're wasteful. I apologize for that. Okay. Here's another question I have, which gets back directly to the rules and regulations. So if I consistently overfill my container, the council, the way it's written right now, is going to call that a penalty, okay? I call it a $500 tax, okay? And after 3 offenses, it becomes a civil action. I believe that is correct, all right? That's what I've been hearing tonight. Another thing I think the council really needs to take a look at, because we're talking about safety issues, how many accidents involving haul trucks have been reported in Fountain Hills over the last 10 years? I've never heard of one, but I think it's something you really need to take a look at, okay? Is it an issue? Is it a safety issue? Or is it just there's a big truck driving the road and we need to make an issue about it, okay? Another big issue with mine is our only recourse for a dissatisfied service is to take someone to court. And that's what we pretty much spelled out here. Okay, today I can cancel my contract and I can pick up another hauler. Okay, and that can take nothing more than a phone call. And there's nothing more I can't even say the word, more pertinent than making immediate action. Okay, I've taken immediate action. I'm no longer doing business with you. I'm going somewhere. That's capitalist. That's capitalism market. I'd like to point out a couple things here. Just a couple things. Light rail and Amtrak. Those are more on the state areas. Okay, they're all government subsidized. They're all failing. I'd like to mention a couple more. Postal Service, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the EPA. These are all government programs that are no longer paying for themselves. Okay, I think we have some of the smartest individuals in the country. Definitely the town, okay? I'm sorry, if my time's up.
Yeah, time, Jeff.
Can I read one thing that I think you all should take a look at?
Sure.
I just Googled this because I'm that kind of a guy. Basically, it's a report on the company that just got up here and talked about the recycling, okay, recycling bank. It's Googleable. You can go ahead and take a look at it. Basically, it talks about the cost of plastic containers and paper have dropped considerably to where it's no longer profitable. Metals are the only other things that are profitable. Philadelphia-based Recycle Bank, for example, gets paid by municipalities to divert trash from a landfill to a recycling center, excuse me. If there's no value left in the recyclables, will the industry have to resort to government subsidies to survive? Again, we need to take a look at free market principles. We don't need to subsidize companies, and as a resident, that's what I believe in. And I really thank you very much for listening to me.
Linda Bardot?
And again, in the interest of time, and just try not to be repetitive, if you don't
Thank
mind.
you. Thank you again, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'm just going to do a bullet point item, okay? 2 cans picked up once a day in the summer. I've actually missed my garbage day, and nothing short of something putrid emits from a garbage can, especially if you've thrown out raw chicken bones, or anything like that. What you're actually inhaling at that point is molecules of decomposing matter into your system. So in terms of environmental problems, that's pretty huge. That could spread disease rather easily. I am not, I thought I picked up something along the way that said that they were going to be policing themselves. This is kind of like putting the mouse in charge of the cheese. I don't really see the checks and balances here. If there are checks and balances, well, for one thing, let me again shift. How much money did we spend on this study? I understood it took 2 years, and is that my taxpayer dollar paying for that? And if you go forward with this, how much to police them policing themselves? How much is it for the town code enforcement to go around and police that? And if somebody should become in trouble, who's a repetitive, how much is that going to backlog our court? We have a small court system here, so we have that to consider. I have a math problem. We have 1 truck for green, we have 1 truck for recycling, we have 1 truck for the regular garbage, and we have the dumpster trucks that are still going to be around the town. I understand it's in zones, but this is a lot of trucks. Most people in my neighborhood have 2 garbage pickups, so I don't really see the decline in the number of trucks on our streets. And I've lived on my street for 10 years. I've not noticed damage, and the truck does a U-turn at the end of my street every time. How is the town going to collect the money to pay the vendor? Who's going to be employed to do that? How much staff does it take? How much accounting does it take to go ahead and implement that so that the town knows what's going on? How much money is that? So when you add up all the checks and balances that we would have to have in place, how much are we really saving? In lieu of what Jeff just pulled up on Google, now we have even less incentive for the recyclables for them to make a profit on that. I really, I've been around a long time. I know how to recycle. I kind of don't like the fact that, somebody's telling me I need a carrot to get somewhere and that they want to use our children to do it. We're adults. My 4-year-old granddaughter is not going to be the one sorting recycling. I am. Simple website would be able to educate us on all of that, and if that's what the town wants to adopt, then it's our personal responsibility to make sure we know what to put in the can. I don't need a carrot incentive to do that. And finally, I used to live in Stockbridge, Massachusetts, and I find it hard to believe that I could wind up like Alice's Restaurant, being on the Group W bench because I've been in criminal court for littering or putting my garbage out incorrectly. It just doesn't seem right. So that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom Zagnarski?
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am the president of the Westridge Village Homeowners Association. We're a small group, 87 homes, and we began single hauler service 4 years ago by a very selfish method. We're responsible for our own streets because we're a gated community. So where we had 5 haulers coming daily, more than once, who knows how many times, we reduced that to 1 hauler, who now comes with various options. The options are a single trash pickup, a trash pickup plus a recycle, or 2 trash pickups on separate days, by the way, and a recycle. So we have these options available to our residents. From what I heard earlier, I am disappointed and what I hear about the options. 2 trash cans picked up on the same day. That really don't make a whole lot of sense. If you really think about it, the purpose of having multiple pickups is a concern about the rubbish that you're putting into that trash, the smell and whatever, so you have the opportunity to get rid of it quicker. Now, my wife and I don't generate a whole lot of trash, but and when my kids were young, I don't remember that we filled up cans that much. I'm very much in favor of the single trash hauler, but I do think some consideration needs to be given to the options that you're putting forth available to the citizens. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Steve Jacobs.
Appreciate your indulgence. I'm sure you have to stick here so late.
That was your idea. I think after listening to you and a couple others, to open it back up was a good idea.
2 quick points. Number 1, recycling. And we've talked a lot tonight about 2 trash cans. And you mentioned about maybe even half the houses would have 2 trash cans at one time. I lived in a community for 23 years that had a single trash hauler and a recycle bin. And you would be amazed, and I think everybody here would be amazed, at how much your regular trash goes down when you start recycling. Most people will not need 2 trash cans. You start putting in all the rest of the things that can be recycled, and they talked about 30 to 50% reduction in your regular trash. 1 point. The second point is we've sort of skimmed over the idea of safety here. Rick mentioned it a couple of times and several other people. My big concern, frankly, and I mentioned it to you, Mayor, is that someday, the gentleman back mentioned that we probably haven't had a lot of trash truck accidents. My big concern is because we only have 1 or 2 cans on a block, I know that the trash haulers try to watch their speed, but they do go 35 to 40 miles an hour down my street because they only have to go 2 cans apart. If they're making every stop at every house, they'll be going much slower. My big concern is someday we're going to have a fatal child accident, and I don't want to have to wait for that day to say, let's do something about it. Excuse me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Robert Schaefer.
Welcome.
Well, it's been a late night, huh?
Sure.
Again, I'm the owner of Rubber Solutions, and prior to that, I owned a company also in town that was Red Mountain Rubbish Removal. I came to town in 1993, so I've actually been up here for 17, 18 years. I've been in the business 36 years, believe it or not. So, and I've done everything. I've driven trucks, you name it, and I still do it today. I just want to address the traffic issue because I heard a few things that I feel I got to comment on. We pick up about 2,800 homes in the community. Of the 2,800, about 450 recycle. The majority of them people that are doing the recycling only use trash once a week and recycling once a week. But that leaves 2,200, 2,400 that still use trash twice a week. So right now we're running 5 loads on Monday and Tuesday that take care of 2,800 homes. Then we run 4 loads on Thursday and Friday that address the whole community as a whole is picking up twice a week. So basically it's 9 loads. We all run the same trucks, all of us haulers. We're all pretty much the same equipment. So I get about 450 homes, 500 homes per load. So when I looked at this community to put it to bid, I knew how many trucks I would need on it, number one. And then based on them zones, I think Republic is pretty accurate on the zones. I just don't think the number of vehicles is correct. There was a comment made, 1 or 2 trucks out of 2,000 homes, 1 load. That mathematically will never work. So I just wanted to comment on that, you know, just to give you a second opinion on it. I consider my opinion very professional. I've been in this business 35 years, like I said. Second issue, I just want to bring up one more time. The reason I didn't bid on this, and I will forward you my letter that was sent into my bid, if you don't have a copy of that, again, based on the disposal facility and the recycling facility, the hours, it was addressed in my pre-bid conference. Why does the town want to be involved in a recycling center and a landfill open on Saturday and Sunday, and Friday for that matter, when we couldn't pick up trash but only 4 days a week? That's all they would allow us to come into the community. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I don't understand why they're worried about a recycling and a landfill being open basically from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So again, I don't think that was addressed in either the pre-bid meeting or in the addendums that followed. Each one of them clearly stated that them hours would have to be maintained. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Shaver.
Ralph Peterson?
Mr. Mayor,
Welcome.
Council, I learned quite a bit tonight, and I'll paraphrase what I put in a letter to the mayor and the council of 2 items that concern me, and leave out some names. But we indicated we are very happy with our single hauler at Clear Air, and as a board member, we have a CC&R that requires all trash cans be put out of sight. That means that's your front kitchen patio window or the garage, and take a car out of the garage and leave it sit in the sun all summer, all winter. You cannot get 2 to 3 trash cans in the garage with 2 cars at Clear Air. We might be unique. The other item that I wanted to say is, and I took this out of the newspaper and it was in quotes, Mayor, your words said that we'll have ample time to thoroughly discuss our options together in the months ahead. And I close saying that we look forward to being able to participate. Blame it on us, but we picked the wrong management company the last time around, who left town, as you may know, overnight, packed up and left quite a few associations without a management company. We were never told about any discussions that we could have had with the city on trash hauling. We were never told. Our fault, maybe, but the management company let us down. So those basically were what is in the letter that I wrote just a few weeks ago, and again, only a few weeks ago, because of not hearing some of the excellent questions and knowing the details that I know after. Well, I quit writing after page 5. So I thank you.
Good. Well, thank you. Thanks to all those high-paid HOA board members for being here too. Not quite a thankless job, but certainly it's a volunteer job. That's it. Thank you. Appreciate the additional feedback, everyone. Town manager, if council has no further immediate questions, where do you suggest we go at this point, or Andrew?
Well, Mayor and Council, what we would suggest is that continue to review the materials we've given you. Obviously, consider many of the important points that were made here tonight. Any questions regarding the code amendment itself and the contract, we'll be happy to work with you on those, answer any questions you have, and certainly make any changes that we need to before your consideration at the next meeting, which will be on November 4th. If those are prudent to make, and if that's something that we think the council will consider making. So at this point, we'll leave this alone until November 4th, barring any further discussions with you all.
I think Andrew's looking for one additional thing. Andrew?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, while we have you in a quorum setting that can actually get input from a majority of you without violating state law, I'd kind of like to do that in terms of a couple of the code amendment issues. Councilmember Leger brought up a couple things, and the allied representatives were clear that they were okay with changes to the contract. So those are subtle ones we can send out to you all pretty easily. But a couple of things I want to address in the code, particularly in the violations and penalties. if it's the council's desire that the only penalties are civil, we're perfectly fine with that. And Councilman Realke raised a very good point about the language having a not less than 500. We can certainly make a modification to that if that's the council's direction. If we have some direction and some feedback on criminal penalties, I wouldn't recommend that the Class 1 misdemeanor be removed for hazardous waste, dumping on property, and uncontained loads, because those are currently in our code, and I think those really should stay at that level. But everything else is completely up to you all, and I need to get some feedback on that. If the repeat civil citation person evolving to a criminal complaint is desired to be removed, that's easy to do. We gave you a complete package here with the hopes that you could tell us if we need to cull it down before we come back. And if we can get some feedback on just that area, it'll be helpful on the code provisions.
Okay. Councilmember Dickey.
Mayor, then Andrew, the differences that you pointed out earlier that were different between us, what we're doing now, and what exists even without us having a code, is that something that we can just default to, or how do you see that happening? In other words, what we have right now would still be in existence. I struggle with the idea of Alice's Restaurant, but also know that neighbors have rights too on what their neighbors are doing. So is there something that we do already right now that we can just keep it that way?
Councilmember Dickey, I think that, without casting aspersions at the author of this section of our code, our town code is missing a lot of things that are in the state administrative code that apply to all of us on how we store trash, what our responsibilities are, requirements that we haven't removed. All those things live in the administrative code. So if we were going to not change anything about what we currently do, I would at least recommend that we put in those provisions that mirror what are in the administrative code so that someone doesn't have to go digging through the Secretary of State's website to find that information when most people wouldn't know to do that. We should at least have our town code mirror those provisions to the extent they already exist.
And Mayor Andrew, do you have any concerns with doing that? Do you feel that we have needs that would not be met by doing that in this town? Or, just as our individual likes and dislikes, or things that we would like to happen?
Well, Councilmember Dickey, the only real difference between having it be an administrative regulation that's enforced by, I guess in this case, a post-certified officer or someone who's certified by the county health department to come in and enforce it, is that it would be local enforcement, that you would have people here who are responsible and there would be a town code provision on it. But it doesn't change any of the import of those provisions. They're still out there. They're just not in our code where they're easily accessible by our residents. What I was more concerned about is making sure that whatever enforcement tool we bring back to you, that it's something you're all comfortable with. And since we have you all here, if we could just get a couple minutes of input on that issue, that'll help us a lot in going to the next meeting.
Mayor.
Yep, Councilmember Realke.
Andrew, just for points of clarification, and I want to make sure that I understand correctly, you had mentioned having the spilling of refuse during transport and the dumping of refuse. You're suggesting that those remain the same as Class 1 misdemeanors, specifically, just for reference, Sections 10.1-6 and 10.1-7. You're suggesting that those remain the same as those are what are currently in our town code, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And hazardous waste is not currently in our code, but is certainly something regulated by the state regulations.
Excellent. And then flipping ahead then to Section 10.1-15 that deals with violations and citations. And it talks about the procedures to be taken to institute notice, essentially a warning, and then a civil penalty, and then gradually gets to a criminal penalty. Now, you and Councilmember Dickey were discussing back and forth. You stated that there's some that mirror the regulations by the state. Now, what we're talking about here in this section, this is something new for Fountain Hill, is making it a misdemeanor, correct? Making what we're discussing here, we're creating a new code, basically, that doesn't necessarily mirror what the secretary or what the state has.
Councilman Realke, I don't know that I can agree that that's entirely accurate.
Right, well, let me ask you this way. I think I asked the question a little convoluted. Is there a provision with the state for a penalty of $500 for someone that is found responsible for violating a section of this code?
That one I can't answer for you because I don't know in terms of the administrative code what their general penalty provision is, not having the opportunity to do that ahead of this meeting.
Sure.
Obviously, there are some penalties associated with violating health code. I mean, there are, under state law, the same way there are under the town code, default provisions for certain types of violations. I just don't know what those are here.
And the state statute allows for towns to implement their own laws and regulations relating to waste pickup, correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware of any state regulation that says after 3 violations of the civil penalty that now it's a Class 1 misdemeanor?
No, and that provision is distinctly a function of code enforcement regulations that we've seen in other communities.
Okay, but
That has
not in
no.
our community, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's something that's new.
Exactly.
Okay, if we weren't to have that particular code in place, are you aware of a state code or law that would come into play that's similar to that one?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's important, Mayor, that we recognize that we will be creating something new here with a civil penalty of $500 for the first violation, and then after 3 convictions, or it's civil, of course, much like, I believe, a civil traffic ticket. It probably be the same situation where you appear in front of our judge here. And then after the 3rd conviction, the 4th one would be deemed a habitual offender, and then in that situation would be filed as a criminal Class 1 misdemeanor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, who would have the authority to file that as a criminal complaint? Would that be the town manager, as is indicated, or is that going to default to the sheriff's office? And if it is, do we need something in the code that reflects that?
No, I believe that everything that we do when it comes from the town code, other than offenses that are booked under the state statutes, generally come long form from our prosecutor.
Much like our land use, I think we've had some violations there as well. Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Okay, Councilmember Leger.
I think we've had this discussion throughout the evening, and I did not feel comfortable with the penalties the first time I read this, and Council Member Elke has brought that to our attention, and we keep going on, and what I would like to suggest, no disrespect intended, is, Councilman Elke, if you have a recommendation, I would be open to hearing what your recommendation is. We keep asking questions, and it's becoming extremely circular. I respect your legal authority. You are a lawyer, so I'm kind of, how would you say, respecting what you have to say. I agree that the penalty section, the first time I read it, the same thing as Councilwoman Hanson, I was really turned off by it. So make a recommendation. As I stated, I reviewed this earlier this week and made recommendations. We're having philosophical discussions here. If there's a recommendation you want to make, if there's something you want to change, if you want to reduce the penalty, the type of penalty, you are our legal authority, and in addition to our town attorney, I would respect those recommendations. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Councilman Leger, Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity to address this. My questions that we've been asking, and I think it was a little unclear when Councilmember Dickey was asking Mr. McGuire about whether there was state laws that are already in place so we wouldn't necessarily be doing something new. And I think I hopefully cleared up that particular point. And my questions here are more for informational purposes primarily, and because I believe based on my questions tonight and the discussions and the points that I've made, if it's not abundantly clear, I'm not in favor of a single trash hauler. So I don't have recommendations to this because, frankly, I don't want to see something like this go into place. So, Councilmember, I can't make any recommendations to this other than the fact that I think it's important that the residents understand what this contains.
Mayor?
Councilmember Leger.
And I respect that, and I respect your point of view. I'm trying to be responsive to our town attorney that has asked for input. So basically, what I'm hearing you say is you're kind of opposed to this whole initiative, although we haven't voted on it, and therefore, although you're tearing this apart in bits and pieces, Mayor.
Probably more address things to myself, if you would.
My apologies. I was asking for those, your thoughts on that, but I can respect where you're coming from now that you've responded. So what I will say at this particular point in time is that I am not comfortable with the level of penalties. I am not comfortable with the fact that we have moved from civil to criminal, so I would defer to our legal counsel to come back with something that's a bit more palatable, and I will leave that up to your judgment. I was hoping we would have specific recommendations in that regard from those that have been critical of the penalties, but I would like to see what our attorney comes back with. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Dickey.
Mayor, thank you. If you look at I think when people are looking at it, it's overwhelming to read it. So what I would just suggest is that our town code reflect what we've already been under the jurisdiction of the county or the state, whatever those things are, that we put that in writing so that you're right. Because before tonight, I was looking at Maricopa County, I was looking at ADQ, I was looking at Title 49, trying to say, well, what have we had to comply with all this time? And that doesn't mean that we haven't had to. It just means that it was hard for me to find it. So to try not to overreact to what we're seeing, which is like, oh, this is 13 pages, this is 12 pages, it's however many pages it is, it's probably stuff that we've already been having to comply with all the while. Well, and obviously it is, because we've already talked about this. So I would be comfortable, since I'm still open to discussing this option and voting on it in a couple of weeks, that we would have our town code reflect as close as possible, if not exactly, what we're already under the jurisdiction of. Because I don't know why having one hauler makes that different. The only caveat I'd have of that is, does this change what the haulers think? Because if they think that the citizens aren't under the ordinances as they're seeing it, will that change anything about how they feel? But bottom line, I'd like to see if we can keep our requirements exactly what they are right now. And that's a suggestion.
Councilmember Contino.
Yeah, I hope we can make this quick, because I don't have to order out a roach coach to service some food. Councilman Elke, Councilman Leger, I go along with you. I don't think we need all these penalties, and I think the fine is too high, and that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely jail time. No. I think it's pretty clear what we're hearing here. We want what we've had. It seems to have kind of worked. We're not looking to increase penalties and that sort of thing. And it's related to that piece anyway.
Mr. Mayor, and along that lines, understanding that
I understand.
two of the things in here will then remain criminal misdemeanors, class 1, because that's what they're currently in our code.
While we're in it, let's clean that piece up too, perhaps. Right?
No.
No,
Sorry,
not that piece?
Mayor. You mean
Well,
hazardous waste? You don't.
No, yeah, so that's what you're
It's
talking
in
about.
our code right now.
Okay. Good. We may change it one more time if it comes back on the 4th. Should we move forward? The other issue that's been brought up many times, has been discussed with individuals, is 2 trash per day, or 2 trash pickups per week. And our RFP was clear, and as it has to be, to discuss what those costs would be and or what the cost would be if you did do 2 trashes per week. Obviously, when you start doing 2 trash per week, you have extra truck traffic, and it's less economical for people for the haulers, so it's going to cost more money. So right now we have 1 trash pickup per week on whatever day it is, and 1 recycling per day. Is there any discussion that we could have that would be fruitful to discuss here tonight? 2 trash pickups on separate days, or maybe Raymond, I have a feeling that's kind of a area that would tend to get us into something that would certainly be much less beneficial financially as far as the cost. But thoughts on that? Because we've heard that from several folks. Now, personally, although I don't represent an example of, an ordinary citizen, I'm sure, I have one trash and one recycling per week. A family of 4, 2 dogs, not an issue at all. When we had 2 trash Monday and Thursday pickups for forever, I assumed recycling cost more money, so I never really even inquired because we were dropping things off when we thought of it or planned on it. When then I added the recycling, it was the same cost, you just lost a pickup. Found out, like has been discussed here, my recycling has reduced my trash by at least half of the volume. Maybe not the weight, but the volume of it. And that recycling, you don't have to sort. You have to know what you can put in, but you just throw it all in there together, so it's been very easy. But, so for me, and I think for most people, once they start doing it, it wouldn't be a major issue, but there are the issues of folks that think they will have an issue, or perhaps they will, and then they have limited space in their garage. I know Clear Air very clearly, because I was VP over there, I think, of the HOA, but and there's places with small garages or limited space, so that's why I bring up that item.
Mr. Mayor, as you'll remember, we did issue an addendum to the proposers to ask them to give us a price on 2 garbage pickups on 2 separate days with recycling on one of those days, and we have that proposal from everyone. It was just a substantial increase in cost. And so, if it's your direction that we put that in as an option to be offered, we'll have to discuss that if that's a possibility. What it essentially amounted to was the cost of having extra service, like a special call-out service, is what it added to the monthly cost.
That's what I assumed, but it's obviously top of mind a lot of folks, and it's an issue I don't think is probably going to impact if we go forward those individuals as much as they might think today, because it didn't with us. But it will likely impact some that would have to put up with something that might be a little smellier for a longer period of time. It's just to be realistic. So I wanted to bring it up to see if that was somewhere we wanted to go. Councilmember
Mayor,
Dickey still, right?
I understand what you're saying, but but it will totally change for everybody what the price would be, obviously. And I think the majority of people, we're trying to be fair and look at the whole town. So the majority of people, from the numbers, and I didn't ask people to come here and talk in favor of this, but I have 50 people or so over the years who've just spontaneously on their own emailed me and indicated support for something like this. I think that the people that haven't tried it are worried about it, understandably worried about it, but I think what you just said with the kids and everything is really a very strong possibility for everybody. So I, again, would extend that people would try to just give that the idea and taking the choice and the philosophical stuff out of it, and just for now concentrate on making a business decision with several facets to it, and to try to quell the fear of that. And again, if you're bagging your garbage and tying it, it really, which you're supposed to be doing by law, it's just not an issue.
Okay, Councilmember Hanson.
I have to respectfully disagree with that. We bag and tie our trash, and it still smells in the summer. It just does. That's the reality. I've said from the beginning that I couldn't support this if it decreased the service to our citizens and at an increased cost. So we've come back with a plan that's a decreased cost, but it's also, in my mind, a decreased, I can't talk, it's too late.
It is.
Decreased level of service. And I think we should at least have that option. If someone wants to pay maybe $20 a month and still have the 2 regular pickups, other people would still have the option to do the 1-and-1 and pay the $11.44, but they should at least have that amount of choice.
Thank you very much. Anything else before we wrap up? I just wanted to thank, regardless of where we end up going over the next couple of weeks, thank everybody for being engaged and plugged in and working so hard to come up with something that's worth Fountain Hills' time in considering. The approach is obviously not one of government municipal hauling. We're not interested in making money off of trash. It's been clear from council to be as into competition and free enterprise as possible and limit the amount of government involved in this consideration by going to bid and offering it to everyone. That certainly was realized by not having the town do billing and have their fingers in, any more than was absolutely limited, required to consider benefits of a single hauler that have been discussed and debated. I'm really proud of the way it was gone about, and of course the pace of it was quite slow, so on purpose, so that we can all go into it with our eyes wide open. And thank you for everybody being respectful on an issue that's sensitive, and thanks to folks staying here quite late, and those on Channel 11. Probably ran out of DVR space, but thanks for hanging with us. And I know we have a couple other things on the agenda, so we're not going to quite leave yet. But while most of you are still here, I wanted to point out one very positive thing. Bevelyn Bender, our town clerk, I was recently, and this is positive as we've discussed so many challenging things here tonight so far, I was just received her Master Municipal Clerk Program certification, so I wanted to lift her up. I know all of her, we've been getting a lot of emails copied to us on her fellow town clerks in the state that are proud of her, and I know you're a big piece of that organization, and the organization that certifies her is the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. So congratulations. It's no surprise to us how awesome you are, but now you've got another certification, so congrats. We're done with our item on trash, and ended with a high note with Bev, and we can move on to our next item. Oh, Scott's gone. Oh, there he is. Look for Captain LaGreca to come forward to help us with consideration of Ordinance 10-05, amending the Town of Fountain Hills Code relating to consumer fireworks.
So moved.
Were you demoted?
Welcome, Chief.
Mayor, Council, I'm here tonight on behalf of our illustrious Fire Marshal, who is out of town, so the ordinance is in front of you. If you have any further questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them. If not, I stand ready and willing to accept your vote.
Okay. So obviously last meeting we discussed this, and now we have the ordinance before us.
That's correct, Mayor.
Related to consumer fireworks and the law changing at the state level, which would allow use of fireworks here, and the sale, which we can't affect, I believe.
Sale you cannot affect, correct.
Sale we cannot affect, but we are affecting the use to keep it on par with where we were previously.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Okay. We'll look for a motion on this item, if you guys have it beforehand.
Again.
Moving again.
The only clarification is that some items have been moved to novelty that we don't have any regulation at all over. Just a few things, but that list has grown a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing that Andrew was talking about is sparklers. I believe that Chief Roberts had mentioned before that sparklers would be in this category, and he found out he was erroneous in that statement. I believe he sent a memo out to all town council correcting his statement of that night, and sparklers are in the novelty and not the consumer.
Well, that's good for folks to know, that we're not happy about not being able to do anything. It still may not be prudent for wildfires, but it's good to, thanks for clarifying that. All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Councilman Hanson, a second. Any discussion on this item? Anyone from the public?
No, Mayor.
Did somebody want to say something? I heard a mouth open up. All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mayor, 6-0.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next item. Yeah, good. We've got one report on two items. This is consideration of Resolution 2010-02, declaring a public record that certain documents filed with the town clerk entitled Town of Fountain Hills Design Review Regulations for Single-Family Tract Housing And item number 12, public hearing to receive comments on, so I'll have to open up a public hearing, is that right, Andrew? On that item, okay, so we'll go with item 11. We'll have one report. Welcome, Bob.
I was going to do a report on item 12 and 13. I think item 11.
11, yeah, 12, 13.
Okay. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a work study session on June 10th. In that meeting, they discussed the potential benefits of adopting tract housing guidelines in anticipation of development on the former state trust land. Staff presented a possible ordinance that would assist the town in ensuring that any production or tract housing being proposed would be of sufficient variety and quality to be an asset to the town. Staff reviewed a number of valley regulations regarding tract housing standards. Most contained very similar requirements. The ordinance provides for an administrative process that would not necessitate any additional public meetings or time extensions. The procedure, therefore, should not create any timing issues during the development approval process. On August 26th, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing and voted to forward a recommendation that the Town Council approve this amendment. The proposed regulations before you require a variety of house facade elevations and other design features in order to provide for similar but not identical tract residential designs. The administrative process outlines procedures consisting of the submittal and approval of detailed standard house design plans with a specified number of optional variations. Variations of the facade, patios, roof styles, house colors, trim colors, materials, and window treatments would all be included in that process. Once standard plans are approved, builders would be able to submit for individual building permits using those pre-approved standard plans. The only variations would be site preparation and foundation or pad designs, which, due to the topography, would be unique to each lot. This would speed up the individual house building permit review and approval process. The ordinance also provides for the transfer of approved standard house plans to other tract subdivisions. This could help applicants save money and time in cases where similar or compatible designs have already been approved on previously built areas. Approval of the residential design review regulations would allow the town to ensure that new tract developments maintain high level of quality and variety. Staff, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission, recommend that the Town Council approve the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment adopting Chapter 22 tract housing regulations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Can I get a motion on this item 11?
Mayor, I move that we approve this as presented.
Second? We're just hearing the public record.
Yeah, we need to go through a public hearing.
I'm sorry?
We're still in the public hearing, then we can go on to the motion.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, didn't we have to make it a public?
Consideration of resolution first is 11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, good, thank
All
you.
right, I move to approve Resolution 2010-02, declaring a public record that certain document filed with the town clerk and entitled the Town of Fountain Hills Design Review Regulations for Single-Family Tract Housing.
Second.
All right, any speaker cards on item 11?
No, sir.
Any more discussion on this item? Resolution 2010-02. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mayor, 7-0.
All right, thanks. We'll move on to item 12, public hearing to receive comments on ordinance 10-04, adopting a new Chapter 22, tract housing regulations for single-family tract housing. By reference, adopting amendments to the zoning ordinance of the town of Fountain Hills and providing penalties for violations, case Z 2010-01. So I'll open up the public hearing. Any speaker cards on item number 12?
No speakers, sir.
Do I close this now and then go to our next item? Thank you. All right, close the public hearing. Move on to item 13, consideration of ordinance 10-04, as just discussed. Thank you again, Bob, for the presentation. And get a motion on item 13, please, which is
Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve Ordinance 10-04, adopting a new Chapter 22 tract housing regulations for single-family tract housing by reference, adopting amendments to the zoning ordinance of the town of Fountain Hills and providing penalties for violations.
Sounds familiar.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Any speaker cards on 13?
sir.
All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mayor, 7-0.
All right, thank you. Should we continue the next item? No, just kidding. Consideration, item 14, consideration of appointing a new municipal judge to the greatest town in the world, Fountain Hills, for a 2-year term and approving an employment agreement. This is in our packet, and I'll look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
All right.
Mayor.
Any speaker cards on this item? Yes, Councilmember.
I would, before you accept it, I think we need to have a name
I think
of
we're
the
going to
judge.
definitely mention that.
Yeah.
Because it is in the packet, if anybody, in the public snuck and looked at the contract, the agreement, it's there. Anyone from the public?
No, sir.
All right, so I don't see him here, but Mr. Mitchell Eisenberg has agreed. Yes, we have staff from the courts on the edge of their seat. Mitchell Eisenberg will be our new municipal court judge here in Fountain Hills, and is a great find for us. The staff committee did a great job in interviewing and screening the applicants, so thank you very much for doing such a great job. We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mayor, 7-0.
All right, thank you. Town manager, do you want to do your quarterly report now, or do you want to wait till we're awake? Next time.
It's really up to you.
I mean, depending on the length.
I can
it's up
be
to you.
brief, or I can discuss each one of the goals in detail.
Well, if you're going to.
Whichever one that you would like, but
Do it briefly.
it's surprising that it's already that time of year. The first quarter has expired, and during a goal-setting retreat on January 14th of this year, 2010, the council established 8 primary goals for fiscal year 2010-11. Management staff held a follow-up meeting to develop special objectives and identify resources necessary to carry out the goals as established by the council. And I am pleased to report that based on the reports that we've received from the departments, that we are on track, well on track to completing those goals. There are a few that may be a little difficult, mostly because, as you'll remember, our goals this year are heavily laden with words such as empower and partner. And that implies that the other party with whom we are partnering or empowering also takes that initiative. And so at the end of the day, we will complete as many of these goals as possible. But at this point, we're well on our way and feel good about the realization of those goals by the end of the year.
Thank you, Rick. Any questions for Rick on the goals? No. Thank you. We'll move to trash talk? No. We'll move to council discussion direction of the town manager. No items there, but we obviously in 17 summary council requests, we talked largely around the single trash hauler, so lots to do there. Anything else? Okay. Look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Any speaker cards? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you.